Langstrecken-Serie.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
But it's going to be very, very tight.
Side, but they touch. Daneben setzen, geht der Flapper daneben, das macht dann. Vorne wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, nochmal reintauchen. Fährt der da an den Diffusor ran? Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
So viel Spaß das Rennen.
Blink and you'll miss it. Here we are back at the Green Hell and for round 2 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Welcome along everyone, one and all, and for the final time in 2023 to on-track action at the Nordschleife, albeit in the virtual realm. It's round 2, the BMW M 3-hour race of the 2023-2024 Digitale Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and it's bound to be a lot of fun. Our Junior Kanky Party once again in the commentary booth alongside Ewan O'Leary for all of the action. And Ewan, we enjoyed ourselves in round number 1, 3.5 hours of racing. This time, it's just 3 hours. It's still going to be frenetic because this is an entry list with maybe some of the strongest names that the series has ever seen.
Absolutely, that is going to provide excitement in itself, but we're also going to get a real big sort of change in today's race. It is half an hour shorter, but we do have some penalties, success penalties to add to those that did well last time. So don't expect to see the same results to what we did 2 weeks ago. I know not much has changed in those couple of weeks. I know we're on the same circuit, and on paper it is pretty similar. However, there are those success penalties. It's going to make it difficult for those that did well last time to do well again.
You mentioned as well, maybe not many changes compared to 2 weeks ago. That's true for the cars that are out on track for qualifying right now. Maybe not so true of the cars that will roll out for qualifying in just a few moments' time. If you're joining the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series for the very first time, well, welcome. You've picked a good one to join us for, and we'll get into that in a few minutes' time. There are 5 races going on today. That is 5 different classes on track, and 4 of them are qualifying at this point in time. So you've got the left side of the screen at the very top, you'll see the Cup 2. That is the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy with the spec Porsche 992 generation GT3 Cup machine. The Apex Racing team have just gone to the top there provisionally. SP10, that's GT4 machines. For those of you that maybe have seen racing in those cars around the world. SP3T will watch GT Moisingfeld now. That's the touring cars, of course. The machines all are these identical Hyundai Velocitors, excuse me. And then VT2, introduced for the first time this year, Ewan. We say hello to the Toyota GR86 just to mix things up that little bit more. Yeah,
would it be rude to say it's my favourite class? Maybe not. It's a wonderful class. It's the slowest, of course, but provides great racing as well. If we can get those cars to stay close together throughout the opening portion of the race, maybe a little bit closer than what we saw in the opening round of the season, then we're going to have a great day, because those cars do provide wonderful racing when they are close together. It's just a real difficulty, really, when we get those SP9s and the GT3s trying to power their way on past in the early point in the race. They do often get split apart quite quickly, unfortunately, but it's one of those cars that everyone can get hold of in our racing, everyone can drive, and it's a great way to get started on the Nürburgring, although the teams represented here are certainly not exactly getting started.
No, most of these drivers have plenty of experience, and once we get to the SP9s, you are required, by the way, to have one real-world driver, and one of the ways you can complete that checkbox to note yourself as a real-world driver, of course, an FIA driver's license is one, but also doing a round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series in the real world, as well as doing one of the 24-hour races in your previous time. So those are some of the things that you can use to fix things off. Here's a look at some of the cars coming to the end of the qualifying lap. You can see some of the drivers setting things up. Here is the SP3T machine, the Pro Sports Sim Racing car that's down in 6th position and finds itself about 4 seconds off of the mark that Sherrick Esports currently have set. SimRC, the ones that we are going to expect to have some work to do with the success penalty. 30 seconds that they'll have to sit there stationary at Ewan in the first pit stop cycle.
Yeah, that's going to be the penalty you get for winning, which sounds a bit backwards, doesn't it? But it's a way to keep things very close together, to keep things interesting throughout, and that is going to disrupt it slightly. The problem that they'll have as well, because it's round 3, this is one of the 2 3-hour rounds, of course, and it means that it's one of the 2 rounds where you are going to have a little bit less time to make up for deficits you've had earlier on in the day. So that's going to be a problem, especially when you see that we're likely going to have 2 stops today, and that's probably going to be it. So they'll be making their first stop and serving their penalties then. That'll give them 2 hours to go, and that really isn't very much time to make up a 30-second disadvantage. So either you're going to have to really go out from the front and really smash out the lap times early on and try and build a gap early, or you're going to have to spend those last couple of hours recovering what you can from the day. It's going to be tricky, though, with this limited amount of time, whichever way round you do it.
Yes, some of these drivers, just some note, in these 4 classes are doing the race by themselves. We saw Diogo Pinto do that in the Team Redline Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring entry last time out. This time out, it is Michael Jarni in that Apex Racing Team car that currently sits on provisional pole that's going to be doing this race by himself. It's only 3 hours as opposed to the 3.5, but it is just something to keep in mind as well as we jump on board with the hardcore BMW M4 GT4 machine that's running its way in towards Tiergarten at the very end of the lap. Best lap so far for this 183 is an 8:28.808, but as we try and see where they're going to stack up pole position is an 8:23.002. We know how important it is for these SP10 machines to sit in the draft in the early stages and sip the fuel. It's not necessarily going to be a pole position worthy time. It's already an 8:25, but can Leon Piszka improve? This is a car that competed in the DNLS Community Cup over the course of 2023 and does find no improvement, albeit very consistent in the lap times.
Yeah, so that's not particularly useful in qualifying, but in the race that will be good news for them. And you're right, SP10 stayed quite close in terms of all of the 5 classes together. They were probably the closest early on. We had a group of 6 at the start of the race. Unfortunately, one of those had to serve a penalty quite early, and so it got reduced to 5. But even so, it was a good race in SP10, and we can expect something similar here. Looks like Impulse Racing have improved in SP3T here, but the top few teams there with Sport and Sim RC are quite far ahead of the rest, and so Martin Asher is only able to go 3rd and get that little bit closer. Sim RC being challenged though this time around.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be interesting with that penalty, how they end up faring. There's a long way to go in this one, and I don't want to make any sort of a statement just yet as to where I expect things to fare on out. Now, Mercedes versus BMW was an interesting talking point in that SP10 fight that we watched a couple of weeks ago in the first round of the championship. An ex-racer, and Alexia Loma, just jumped up into 2nd. Alexi was competing in a commentator's race, a bragging rights event a couple of weeks ago, and now finds himself not on the mic, but instead behind the wheel once again. Here comes Team Hoisingfeld. We traditionally expect them to be up towards the front. They get a little bit closer, but only to 4, still 2 full seconds off of that benchmark. The 8:16 is laid on down.
Well, at least it's 4th place now rather than 7th, because that was turning into a bit of a disaster for Fabian Siegmann, and an uncharacteristic one as well for Hoisingfeld. So thankfully that's not been the case. They will have 20 seconds worth of a penalty, Hoisingfeld, of course, after finishing 2nd at the opening round.
Success penalties part and parcel of competing in the series, and with traffic the way it plays out, not necessarily the full impact going to be felt. You can see that the drivers are slowing down. The most of them are now seeing their qualifying session being complete, because we are going to split the qualifying session up. 4 of the classes compete on track at the same time, so they deal with traffic. It's the SP9s, the GT3 machines that will all head out there by themselves, and so you can see pit lane's going to be busy. Still a handful of drivers yet to work their way on in. We're going to step aside in about 40 seconds time before we get to see those GT3s, and let's be honest, Ewan, that's where most people are waiting for Max Verstappen to head out in the Team Redline Ferrari 296 GT3.
Yeah, and his It's almost as if he's been parachuted in to revive a season a little bit. Well, I know it's only been one round, to be fair. It's not exactly all hopes lost, but it wasn't a good round. Rudy van Buren was the only driver to actually take part in that car 2 weeks ago, and thankfully it's going to be Verstappen this time, hopefully with Van Buren as well, sharing the duties for 3 hours on this occasion.
That's what we're hoping for, but like we said, don't go anywhere. Qualifying for the SP9s is coming up next, and Max Verstappen is ready to jump into the car.
Dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der DNLS.
Welcome back along to the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Our junior Kanki party, Ewan O'Leary, here to walk you through the BMW M 3-hour race. And, well, 4 of our 5 classes are now done and dusted for qualifying. It's just now the SP9s, those GT3 machines, that will take center stage. If you're wondering what the results look like for the qualifying, well, let's run you down through those 4 classes and start, of course, with the one which saw a drag race to the line in the closing stages on the run to the checkered flag between Team Redline and the Apex Racing team. Well, that's something that they're trying to swap around this time around. Not for second is the hope for the two of them. Michael Johnny, going to be competing in this race by himself, has qualified on provisional pole with a 7:54.077. It's then Shera Esports, the race winners last time out, that line up in second and almost a full 10th and a half off. I say almost a full 10th and a half around the 7:54 lap. Near as makes no difference, a blink of an eye. The second of the Shera machines is lined up in third, while Sebastian Job, the former Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, is in that Team Redline number 130, and no Diogo Pinto. Instead, it's Enzo Benito that shares driving responsibilities. Tim Yarshel Fedor is in fifth with the Bobby Zelensky, and then Zach Campbell for the 2 Coanda machines. Expect them to try and work their way on forward and try and hopefully stay out of the troubles of some technical issues plaguing the team. New name, but same number for the 123. It's WSR Esports Butt Kicker, which has Tyler Hervius complete the qualifying duties, and then Kramer Racing Esports even, Greico Motorsports PB Performance, and then Avia WNS, Holder Motorsports, and the Nürburgring Esports team rounding out the 14 cars with qualifying times. Let's not forget, these drivers did all have to factor in traffic as well, and so that is a not insubstantial part of some of the gaps that we see in the qualifying session. That was the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy in SP10. It's Satu Sipala for Sontec Racing that will lead us to the green in that BMW GT4. Alexia Loma will be alongside. And then the Bonga Drums having a slightly better qualifying performance than they did a couple of weeks ago. Frozen Speed by GNG actually qualifying this time, so they'll line up at the front rather than at the back. And then Door Pro Sport, Adrenaline Motorsport, and the Nürburgring Esports teams through the front 4 rows. And I look at these margins and I can almost guarantee you that first stint is all going to be a bit of a conga line of saving fuel in and amongst these drivers. Look at those liveries as well. I've got to shout out, love myself the X-Racer livery, but that Nürburgring Esports livery does look quite spectacular, and hoping to see them beast it out here today. Rest of the drivers in this SP10 class, there's only 2 of them. It's Up 2-Race in the 167. It's quite fitting, that team name, all things considered. And then Hardcore in the 183, who will be looking to work their one forward along with a second ATRS Esports machine and a Liper Esports car as well. There's a look at the rest of the SP10 category, only 6 seconds through all of them. And again, draft plays such a big part in a 3-hour race. Strategy is surely going to come into play as well. The spec SP3T class, where they're all competing in identical Hyundai Velosters. See Sherry Esports fastest of them all, only 0.3 quicker than Carrington Gunes, though, in the SimRC 830. Impulse Racing will hope to try and cling on to the back of them, but we'll have Team Huizenveld as well as Carlar Esports for close company behind. The Parabit Sim Racing 824 and Chris Bartel is in 6th. The Pro Sport Sim Racing entry, the 817, is in 7th. And then SimRacers.de by Racing 77. Don't necessarily think they were able to get a representative lap in quali, wondering if the traffic played its part out. And then in the newest class, the Toyota GR86 is the Nürburgring Esports team fastest. But we know that these drivers can all run 3 wide and 4 wide if they want to. Wolf Motorsport, Kaufmann's 2 entries, and the fast lane by Smiley Esports cars rounding out the field. So that's the ordering of 4 of the classes. And now you and I can stop talking. You can get your chance to shine once again. But it's all about the SP9s rolling out onto track.
Not sure everyone would say shine, but anyway, yes, it's really time for the main guys to go out. I know it's disrespectful to the others because there's a lot of big names up and down the field, but the fastest cars, at least the fastest class, out there on the circuit right now, and it's going to be a fantastic show. And a very important qualifying session as well in terms of getting yourself set up here, because there's not very many laps and opportunities for you around here. A mistake will be very, very costly. The gaps will be very small despite the length of the circuit, and so it's going to be very interesting, and they're going to need to find a bit more space than they've currently got right here.
One thing that you are going to see, though, as they work their way around the GP loop here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, Grand Prix section of the Nürburgring itself, is they don't have to do a full pace lap if they don't want to. Now, you could do a full out lap. It would take you about 7 and a bit minutes, just under 8 minutes to do so. Instead, what they are likely going to do is hug the hairpin at the end of the lap. There's a specific way that they are instructed to take the hairpin, and effectively they will take a shortcut and wrap themselves back around. There, of course, is Max Verstappen. The chat will go wild without a shadow of a doubt. And interestingly, Verstappen is one that elects to venture out onto the Nordschleife for a full formation lap / pace lap / out lap, whatever you want to call it. What it does mean, 13 minutes left in the session as the AMG MSI car tries to look around the outside and through the Hansen-back, is that Max is only going to get 1 attempt at a lap here.
It does, and there's kind of 2 schools of thought with it as well, because realistically, your best lap is going to come from when you're accelerating off of the Nordschleife section towards the Grand Prix layout and starting your lap in that way. Your best lap isn't realistically going to come from starting on the Grand Prix layout, as you can do, as you are allowed to do. So, does it really matter? Well, I would say so. I would like that banker lap personally, but clearly doesn't feel that he needs it, and he's not the only one. Certainly, I feel like a few more have gone for this strategy actually this time than we saw at round 1.
No, for sure. I think that is definitely the case, and wondering what that is in terms of, is it tires maybe have changed? I mentioned that these cars have seen a bit of an update since the iRacing build a week ago, and tires last a lot longer. Maybe part of that now is let's go and do a full out lap and build a bit more temperature in them, even if we wear them just that little bit more. But these are the little details. I count maybe half the field having taken the shortcut, half the field electing to run out there as you would in, I guess, a situation where you wanted tire temperature, but a rather intriguing situation, all things considered. Now, another thing to just point out, you are required in this SP9 category, Ewan, to have a real-world driver. However that categorization comes, whether it's through FIA driver licenses, whether it's through appearance in VLN races, the 24-hour of the Nürburgring races as well, you need a real-world driver to qualify and to do the start, and they have to do a minimum number of laps in the race as well. If you don't have one, you're getting a penalty, unfortunately.
Yes, you don't believe that everybody has done in this one. I know you've got suspicions, Arjuna, but I can tell you the confirmed ones already. There will be a stop and hold 60 for the 16 WS Racing and the number 27 fast lane car as well. Stop and hold 60. So not a great way to start your day when you've already got that hanging over your head.
It's one of those things where I was talking to team manager at the WS Racing camp, and for those that run the sim racing side of it yesterday, Harley Horton was meant to be driving in that car but got stuck, I think, and not able to get back home in time for the race, and so had to draft in someone else. I see Adam's State potentially is on qualifying duties there, and Adam's a quick driver, yes, but unfortunately not a real-world driver. And not like Andy Goulden in the Nürburgring Esports number 10 machine. A, one of the coolest liveries. I love myself an asymmetric livery, people know that. But B, I mean, head driving instructor at the Nürburgring driving school. He knows his way around this track, I'd wager.
He does, and put on a good show last time. Actually, it was a good performance from them, or a decent one certainly. Ending up finishing up there in the field, not too bad of a finishing position, 5th in the end actually for them. So I thought that was sort of a good achievement for them to be up there. No success penalty either, so they've got a good chance of being up there again today. But it's a big field in SB9. It's a difficult task for anybody to be up there in this class, because there are so many of them. You need to be so high up the field to score points. It's a very, very difficult class to be a part of and do well in.
The Falcon livery Porsche 992 works its way around the track. Now, see a couple of questions popping in around BOP and things like that. There is a BOP at play for these drivers, and there is potentially some motivation about which cars to select and stuff. But ultimately, the point of BOP is to try and get the cars as equal as possible. There's slight power reductions, weight additions and fuel cuts here and there, but not necessarily anything too drastic in order of making the cars as equal as possible for the way that these drivers make the machines work underneath them. Here's Leon Erger in the Pro Sport sim racing car. As we watch the drivers out for what many of them is just an outlap in effect, see who we can track in the driver pool who's potentially new. Bradley Philpott is making, I think, his debut in the series in the Lion GP entry. You have Elias Sepinen back in the AMG Team MSI car. We'd expect him to be fast if they can stay out of trouble today, Ewan.
Exactly, that's going to be the problem, because in case you weren't with us for the opening round of the season, MSI and Redline came together on the way down towards Adnau Forest on the sort of 3rd lap of the race. It was sort of in the first half an hour, 3rd or 4th lap of the race. It was very early on, and unfortunately Rudy van Buren came together with Elias Sepinen, and they were both out of the race from there. The only 2 retirements actually from the SB9 class came from that very accident. So that was a shame to see those 2 cars taken out in that way, but they were both quick. That was the thing we could take away from it, really. They were both quick from the very start of that race. They were both up there inside the top 10, but just racing a bit too hard maybe for the point in the race we were at. We still have more than 3 hours to go at that point. Was it really necessary? Well, no, to be fighting like that. So, we've spoken about that one at length in round 1. They both of those teams need to recover and get points on the board this time round.
Championship situation as well is going to be one of those things that we don't necessarily talk about too much today. It's still very early in the season, and those success penalties are something to keep in mind. No red line stream, by the way, from what I understand. So if you are wanting to follow along with Max Verstappen, you're going to have to, unfortunately, listen to either Ewan and myself or to our wonderful German feed to follow along with the various storylines, and unfortunately our full attention will not be placed on Max as much as we would love to do so. There are so many talented drivers to focus on. Coanda Esports by Manthey now registering my complaint once again. That is neither a Coanda Esports livery, it's not purple or orange, it's not black and red necessarily in the same ways that we're used to seeing it, and it's not a Manthey livery, it's not Grello, but intrigue in that car, because Ewan Fabio Grossa was sharing the machine with Ayinchan Guven last time out. Ayinchan's not available from what I understand today, so instead, well, the newest recruit to the Coanda Esports squad, it's Elvis Rankin that gets the call up.
Yeah, that's a great call-up for Elvis, and a good move as well, I think, for Elvis Rankin. We've spoken about that at length before, about his move to that team from the Apex Racing team, which he was at previously, of course, and now he's here at Coanda. Good chance to show himself here for them in the DNLS. And I think, they should work well together. I think Coanda were maybe a little bit undercooked at the opening round of the season, I would say. But then again, none of the Porsches particularly performed very well, hoping that they can have a bit of a resurgence in round 2 compared to what we saw 2 weeks ago.
already have seen some drive-through penalties come down for people taking that shortcut incorrectly that we mentioned, and so it is the Pro Sport number 17 that is going to have to take a drive-through penalty in the early stages. Here's the onboard with Verstappen in the early part of the lap. The fans get what they want, and they get a look at Max as well, albeit now we're not looking at his car, unfortunately. That is last time out the race winner, the BS competition Mercedes. Yes, it feels very, very uncomfortable to say that out loud, but regardless, it's a car to keep an eye on, given that they not only have the success penalty, but are very, very quick in staying out of trouble as well. Last time out, Verstappen through the shortcut. We don't take the full Grand Prix loop, and instead wrap our way back around and now hug it over to the left. Sami-Matti Trojan has set a benchmark lap with a 7:52 after taking the shortcut. Max Verstappen now has a good 7 minutes before he'll find out if he's going to be quick enough to beat that, but it's looking nice and tidy so far.
It's such a bizarre place, isn't it? The way you just worded that there just made me realise again and stop and think for a moment. This is a bizarre racetrack, but it is one of the world's best and one of the most challenging in the world. This chicane in itself is very difficult through the Grand Prix Strecker and now onto the Nordschleife itself. One of the best places in the world, probably the best place in the world to watch an onboard like this in qualifying in a GT3 car. There's nothing like this for commitment, for speed, for pure danger in some ways as well. It's absolutely wonderful and such a technical driving challenge that right now all of these drivers, nearly 20 of them in these GT3 machines, are having to tackle in this qualifying session.
And I tell you what, I was going to say let's listen to the Ferrari through this next section, because it's about as perfect time as you can get to enjoy the sound of the engine, but we'll jump off board and see it just run through down the bottom of the hill and now towards Flugplatz. These are drivers slightly further on in their lap, in the fun part, if you're asking me. Lucy Trevs in the number 4, excuse me, entered machine, the AMG Team HRT by UOL. That was the number 1 last year in the championship, so we've seen them have success. Did see a YouTube comment that was just thrown in, by the way. Max Verstappen has his World Drivers' Championship trophy on his mini fridge behind him, which I did notice as well, has no Red Bull in it. So either he's drunk it all to get very, very amped up for this race, or Max needs a fresh delivery of Red Bull, and hopefully they'll get on that soon.
I can't believe of all the employees of Red Bull, well, employees, but you know what I mean,
right.
He's the one running out. What's going on there? I don't know what's that, but that's a flex, isn't it, really, to everyone else? Just have the trophy on the fridge, just to make sure nobody forgets, and I'm sure we won't. But yeah, we'll check in with him, I'm sure, throughout the course of the day. I think there's been a driver change, or a couple of driver changes in the HRT by UOL team. Jimmy Antunes will be partnering Treft here today for this car.
Yeah, it's a busy day for these drivers. You've got the second round of this Digitale Nürburgring Endurance Series, and also the final round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, where Redline, where Apex, they're fighting for championships, and so we are seeing split attention for sure. From what I remember, we're even going to see Kevin Ellis Jr. make a return to iRacing for the first time in, I think, genuinely more than 12 months. He'll be in the number 49 AMG Team MSI machine alongside Elias Sepinen. So there are plenty of storylines, I think, to keep an eye on in this class, as much as everyone would love us to focus on Mr. Verstappen. We will talk about some of these other drivers as well. Anyway, we've got plenty of people asking us to talk about Max. That's why we keep bringing him up, if you're wondering. Here's Lucy Trevs into that final section. Tiergarten, a place where you can go side by side. It's been proven with races here, both in the real and virtual worlds, even running to the checkered flag on occasion. Now, 7:52.076 was Sami-Matti Trojan's lap time, and as you see, one of the cars cutting through the shortcut just to start what will be their flying attempt, and their final flying attempt. It is slotting up into 5th position for that number 4.
Yeah, where are the times going to come from now? Surely Suntec Racing aren't going to be able to take pole from that very first lap time of the session right the way through. That would be a surprise, but it's a 7:52 as of right now. Quite a bit quicker, actually, than some of the others in the field. The next GT3 SB9 is 2.3 seconds behind. Sami-Matti Trojan with a good opening lap, but lots of those big names have yet to come over the line. Norby Kiss is another one of them. In the BS competition, Mercedes, as we need to keep reminding ourselves, he's now up towards Horax, the highest point on the circuit, and now the plunge downhill through a bit of a bobsleigh section, I would say. It's a real roller coaster ride for the final part of the lap.
It's not confusing at all, is it, that we do actually still have a BS competition BMW, but Norby Kish, previous champion in the series, is sharing the car with Lucas Herrmann. I sent a message to team manager Florian Hosper after their victory last time and said, tell me more about this kid. And Florian basically said, watch this space. Like, the kid's quick, we've got big plans for him. And I said, yeah, I'll say it was a shock last time out how consistent they were able to stretch that car out and staying out of trouble. 30 seconds success penalty though is going to slightly hamper them, but that's part of the championship, Ewan. It's something you're going to have to deal with. They may not have the success penalty in the next round of the season in 2024.
Exactly, and that's what the way it's just going to flip and change every single round here with this series. That's what makes it so great as well. It's going to keep things close. So looking forward to seeing how it's going to pan out here this time around. In terms of non-success penalties as well, and other penalties that have just been accumulated, 8 cars have already got penalties through other means as well. So at the very most, I haven't quite done the maths on who has got success penalties and other penalties as well. But if at very most, that means there's 23 cars with some form of penalty to start this day, and there's only 59 of them on the field, so nearly half.
There's a pretty important penalty in and amongst them that I'm not sure if you've met or just noted, Ewan, for the start of this one, but I've just realized it. A, the fact that the Sontec racing crew have switched over to a Lamborghini, but B, they've got a penalty from the last race, which I think might still need to be served.
It does. I can't remember what it was for, but I think they retired or something, didn't they? Or from the end, although they still got points as far as I can tell from the opening round. So they can't have retired. I don't know why they got away without serving it, but they're going to have to do some form of penalty now in this race, and I can't quite understand why, but we'll get to the bottom of it.
I think it's because I'm just looking through the race control sheet from round 1. It happened 3 hours into the race, and so maybe they just didn't get around to serving it in time. Regardless, here we go. More times about to be thrown onto the board. Sindre Setsolse, previous overall champion of the NLS in the real world, follows the BS competition car to the line, which was 24 thousandths off of pole. Oh, and Setsolse is somehow just that little bit slower. Oh, drama though, and we're not done. Still 10 minutes left in the cool down for the session. There are plenty of drivers not even halfway around the lap.
Yeah, Leon Erger is one of those who certainly is more than halfway around the lap, though. He's coming up towards the last part of the lap right now. The top 4 seem to be done for the session as far as I can tell, although Sam-Matti Trogan may well still have another time. Not sure. He's still in the lead, though.
Verstappen to pole! He just had to do it. Sorry, Ewan, I was watching him, and then I saw that in the right side of the screen pop up, and he just had to do it, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to take some beating. Nearly half a second quicker than the rest of the field in the Ferrari. Not sure why Sontec have switched over to the Lamborghini. It's still got some speed within it.
Oh man, and by 0.4 of a second, that's going to be a lap that takes some beating, I have to assume. Leon Erger, a 7:57, not going to be the one to challenge. Who has still got the chance to challenge, though? That is my question. Sami-Matti Trogan is still out there on the lap in the Sontec Racing number 22. He looks like he's on a decent one as well. I'm not sure where else, though, you're going to find time. Verstappen's option and choice, Ewan, to not take a banker lap has paid off.
It has. Not sure whether that was the contributing factor to him being quicker than everybody else, or whether his lap was just better. It's possible that both were a contributing factor, but at the moment that is going to take some beating. He's 7:51.6, the only driver to be below the 7:52 mark, and that is going to be difficult to beat from everybody else. I wouldn't imagine it is going to be beaten either. What a surprise it is as well to see the Ferrari up there competing with the other manufacturers, quite in the way that it is. But Team Red, if there's ever a team to get that Ferrari to the front of the field, it is Team Redline, and they are flying the Ferrari flag as things stand in the lead of this session with a time that is going to be very difficult to beat.
Ferrari flag, say that one fast, it's not easy. The RC Car Shop car comes towards the line now. The graphic doesn't indicate that it's on a necessarily timed attempt, but as Marcus Fischer comes to the line, indeed he is not on a timed attempt, and so Somehow he still goes into 16th, the 7:58.996. The wonders of live broadcasting and iRacing timing data, sometimes not always telling the entire accurate truth. It's Marcus Fischer, that's 16th in a 20 car SP9 category. It is a large class, that is for sure. And this is the Leipzig esports car, but the next car that we're going to see cross the line is another one of the Porsches. You can see the cool conditions the drivers are dealing with right now. And next up towards the line, by the way, will be the Falcon Sim Racing number 44.
Yeah, and we'll see what they can do. They're already 6th in class, the first of the Porsches, but they're behind 3 of the Porsche Cup cars in the Porsche Esports category. So that says it all really about the state of that GT3 car and where it is in terms of its speed, because despite being 6th in the order, the Cup cars are beating them for the most part. None of the GT3s are ahead of the Cup car as of right now. We'll see if that can change, maybe with this lap time from Marvin Dienst.
Always love a good Falcon Sim Racing livery. We're in agreement on this, right, as well, that Mantai's Grello livery is classic. So is this one?
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the best as well. Although it never changes, that's fine with me.
Yeah, no, let's never change it as well. That would be the thing. They've taken the Porsche 754.425. It's going to be 6th position. I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing for them. They are still the fastest of the Porsches. It's Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes 1, 2, and 3, though, at the front. Not sure if that's necessarily going to change. Here comes the 25, next up to the line.
Yeah, another one of the Porsches in the form of the Leipa esports car. Robin Stryczek at the wheel of this one at the moment. 14th place was their finishing position from the opening round of the season. That got them just 1 point, of course, for getting to the flag. They've got Sontek right behind them as well. Now, this could be a moment. Just over 4 tenths the gap between Max Verstappen and Sami Matti-Trogan. Will that gap come down? Will it even reverse in favour of Sontek?
Oh, it has!
Wow!
Sami Matti-Trogan stolen it away from Max Verstappen, and to be fair, Max is one of the best in the sim racing world. Sami Matti's up there as well, iRacing Rallycross World Champion, and has been competing around this track in the real world with Walkenhorst Motorsports. Maybe not a surprise to see Sami take the fight. Will Tregurther down in 10th position. He'll be slightly disappointed with that, given the speed that we know that he's capable of. I think we have really got to figure out, Ewan, whether there's a drive-through penalty for Sontek or not.
I think there is, and that's going to be a real shame for us, because the battle between themselves and Redline, I think, would have been absolutely spectacular, and I just don't think we're going to get that, unfortunately. I hope I'm wrong, but unfortunately, it's going to be difficult for them with the situation they're in penalty-wise.
So we'll get confirmation when we can. Sent the request to those behind the scenes. M&J Downforce, Marek Bachmann, was in some fairly fun fights in the previous round of the championship. He's going to be starting in 8th position, though, at least provisionally. I think that's it, though. I think that's everyone across the line for qualifying. And so the order on that left side of the screen is how they're going to line up. Big margins in some cases, yes, but at the front, not much split the front 4 cars. It's less than a second between Sontek Racing in the Lamborghini, Team Redline in the Ferrari, BS Plus competition in the Mercedes, and then also in that AMG GT3 entry, the number 5 Williams Esports AMG crew. I'm getting excited, Ewan. I don't know about you.
Yes, it's a very exciting time, because it's going to be a fantastic race. I feel like this qualifying session has been close as well, all throughout the field. The incremental gaps between cars are actually quite small, really, especially when you consider the circuit that we're on. If you want to sort of convert the times to a regular racetrack, you have to sort of divide everything by 4. And when you look at that gap between 1 and 2 especially, divided by 4, I don't know what that is, but what, 400ths of a second or something? It's very, very close around a regular racetrack. And then you, of course, go down the field. We've got top 11 covered by 4 seconds. Around a regular circuit, that'd be about a second. You get the idea. It's pretty close. And so we're in for a good race. We're in for a close race, hopefully, with lots of manufacturers involved as well.
BOP again, just a reminder, we do have custom BOP. We have live race stewarding as well, and that's where some of these penalties that we've mentioned have come on down. Some of them for not following the short lap procedure in the qualifying session. So there are a couple of drivers with drive-through penalties as a result of that. Oh, what an entry list we have, and what a qualifying session we've had. It's done and dusted for the BMW M 3-hour race, and now It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds of sitting, of waiting, and of that tension building and rising. Let's talk about some of the needfuls at this point in time. Real-world driver has qualified the car. Real-world driver in SP9 Ewan must start the car as well, albeit the minimum drive time, the number of laps they have to do, doesn't have to be done at the start of the race.
No, it doesn't, but that's generally what is done. And eight laps as well is a bit of an awkward sort of distance for them, especially in a 3-hour race. So that makes things a little bit tricky with regards to how you split that. What you need, especially in the 3-hour race here, is a very strong real-world driver to qualify and do the opening part of the race, or do 8 laps of the race at the very least, because in a race of a distance like this one, you can't give your sim driver too much to do. Then again, most of these teams do have good real-world drivers who are good on sims as well. Not always the case, but that's generally what happens here. And the top teams, certainly the teams that win here, will do just that.
Take a look at the starting formation. Sami Matti Trogan has put it on pole, and in the switch to the Lamborghini, paying off dividends. It's a 10th that splits him from Max Verstappen, the reigning defending champion of Formula One. The Team Redline car that also has the world's fastest gamer, Rudy Van Buren, will be alongside with BS Competition, and then the AMG Team Williams Esports team behind. Let's not forget success penalties are going to drop that BS Competition car 30 seconds in the pit stop cycle. AMG Team MSI, watch them. A, Elias Sepinen, B, Kevin Ellis Jr. 2 reasons to watch their charge forward while Falcon Sim Racing. The AMG Team Apex Racing number 48, and then M&J Downforce crew rounding out the front 4 of the starting rows. Believe that 48 does not have a real-world driver. We will get clarification on that, and as to whether they have another penalty to serve, because they were looking quite strong, all things considered, last time. BS Competition's BMW is back in 9th alongside the 2nd of the AMG Team Williams Esports team, as with Wilter Goether behind the wheel. AMG Team HRT by UOL 11th. Leipert Esports in their Porsche 12th, with the Nürburgring Esports team 13th, the Pro Sport Sim Racing car 14th, and then Coanda Esports by Mantai all the way down in 15th position for them. It'll be interesting to see how Elvis Rankin gets along on debut, while Lion GP, a guest starter today, have a drive-through penalty after a slight infringement in qualifying, and start in 16th, but still in front of a couple more of the cars. WS Racing, the number 16 machine, is going to be down, I believe, in the 17th position, and then rolling their way through behind them to the end of the class. RC Car Shop, the Fast Lane Racing by Smilia Esports team, and then Holden Motorsports will round out the 20 SP9s. 59 cars around the Nordschleife. It may not sound like a lot, because in the real world we can pack even more out there, but here in the sim world, Ewan, it doesn't get much busier than this.
It certainly doesn't. This is about the biggest field you're ever likely to see, and especially at points throughout this race, it is going to look very, very busy out there, and very, very challenging as well throughout the course of the day.
There's a look at those final 3 cars, as mentioned, and Holden Motorsports not putting a time onto the board from what I could see. Will still be heading out there potentially. It's that time when I put you on the spot, Ewan. Who wins this one?
I think it is going to be difficult to look past Team Redline. Rudy Van Buren also looked very strong in that opening race, or strong-ish, but I think the way that Max Verstappen is going to start this race, he'll hand over the car to Van Buren in a good position, and he will go from there, especially with the likes of those around him having a lot of penalties to start off this race, the likes of Sontec Racing, who are certainly going to challenge them in the first hour, or the first few laps at least, but how long that's going to last for, I'm not sure.
It was quite fun as well, just noting that the winners of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy do get, by the way, physical trophies for their wins. And so the drivers posting some of the pictures shortly after their race victories a couple of weeks ago. Drivers are on the formation lap, ready to go. I hope you're ready to go as well. 3 hours of competition. Arjuna Kankipati alongside Ewan O'Leary to walk you through the BMW M 3-hour race, round 2 of the 2023-2024 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Of course, it's not just about SP9. It's been a while since we've seen them out on track, but the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class and the SP10s, the SP3Ts, and the VT2s all going to be out there on track. There's Verstappen ready to go. The Drivers' Championship Trophy also props up a delightful little card in the background as well. He looks calm. He looks like a sim racer, though, in that not much expression, all things considered.
Yeah, they're not very expressionful sim racers, as you may have learnt over the years. But Verstappen, very much the same. Can I extend my prediction, by the way, to a whole podium here? Because I mentioned Redline, my pick for the race, although it seems kind of obvious, so I'd feel a bit bad about that. I'd put Williams and MSI on the podium with them, just to throw a real prediction out there for a whole podium. I couldn't be exactly sure what order they'll be in, but I'll go for Redline, MSI, Williams on the podium. There you are.
There you go. There's the prediction that's come on down. I see some questions about fuel saving. Don't know how that's going to play out, to be honest, in the SP9s. Given that we've seen the change, tires are now something that can last a decent amount. So that's also not a factor, necessarily tire wear, in the same way that it was a couple of weeks ago in the first round of the championship. It's also 3 hours of racing, not 3.5. It's more regular of a race distance. It's not awkward. Although, again, minimum driver requirement is lap base for those SP9 rear-wheel drivers at the start. We'll see how they all get on with this. Again, so glad that you're joining us. If you're joining us for the first time for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, in SP9, you are required to do a driver change. You are also required to have a rear-wheel driver, albeit if you don't, you can have a penalty. In the other classes you can do this race solo. There's only one driver, from what I'm aware of, taking that option today, but it's not a bad option, given it's one of the shortest races of the championship.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, then you're better off doing it at the 3-hour race, because as I'm not sure whether you did mention, but you can only do it once as a team in the season. So Gianni Vecchio did it for not Gianni Vecchio, sorry, Diogo Pinto, sorry, did it for
Wow.
Redline. Sorry, Pinto for Redline last time out, and they can't do it again, otherwise they'll incur a penalty. So you can do it, but only once.
Pinto and Johnny, those two are going to be insulted potentially. I mean, how can you confuse the two of them?
I don't know. I really don't know. I wish I could explain it to you, but I really don't know. Sorry, Diogo Pinto.
It's okay. It's better than what Lewis McGlade did last week, which was call a driver by a first name that they're not called. Apparently Christian Dambeats, though, is a very fast driver. So if you ever find Christian Dambeats, let us know.
I've done that before.
Have you done that one? We've all done that one before. 20 SP9 machines, though, are locked and ready to go. It's going to be fun amongst them. It's the first round of the championship, where success penalties come into the mix as well. That's one factor that will be equalized in every single round moving forward. You may have a success penalty in this round. You probably won't in the next round, given that the winner, VS Competition Mercedes, sat in that second row, has got to wait 30 additional seconds in the first cycle of the pit stops. 3 hours of racing, maybe the strongest entry list that the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series has ever seen. And boy, is this BMW M 3-hour race poised to be a blockbuster. It's the Lamborghini, it's Sontec Racing, and it's Sami Matti Trojan that's gonna see a bit of chaos in the rear view mirror as the green flag flies. And are we somehow already 4 wide on the run down into the opening corner? We're 4, maybe 5 wide in the background of the shot. Verstappen around the outside of Trojan, not making the move, and now having to defend because there's contact with the Williams Esports car. It's gonna all work out fine. Those Setzels gives up a little ground, and then the race winner from 2 weeks ago will go around. Big drama there for Norby Kish as the Mercedes slides to the back. They're still 3 wide through the arena section, though. Sontec and Redline breaking away at the front, and Falcon Sim Racing and M&J Downforce are battling for third.
And they will not leave each other alone. In towards the hairpin and the cut through they go now, and Falcon are still on the inside here. They'll dive very deep on the brakes as the Mercedes goes a bit wide. Oh, and he gets turned. Marvin Deeds into the wall now as the Mercedes turned across him, and it's remained side by side further back. What a chaotic start this is for everybody apart from the top 2.
Big drama up and down through the field. We're not even onto the Nordschleife loop just yet. Already damage to the AMG Team MSI car and the front nose of it in particular. Up the inside, there's a look, and there's more contact. It's Lippert that's now off into the gravel and losing the front clip of their Porsche 992. Still scrambling over the curbs. All sorts of helter-skelter nonsense. And wow, it's allowed those at the front, Sontec and Redline, to break away. And if Sontec do indeed have the drive-through penalty, this might be Redline being gifted a victory, all things considered. We're still side by side down through the Hansen back. What a crazy start this is.
Absolutely crazy. It's Pro Sport who are getting dived on the inside there into the Hatchback. There's lots of flashing of the lights here. Lots of angry drivers early on as well. We saw quite a nice clean start to the first race, not to round 2.
Here we go for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, though. Michael Gianni's doing 3 hours of racing by himself. Can he start things off with a nice little jump? Remember, field left in control of the starter, and it's not a great jump at the start. Gianni's gonna get swarmed, 3 abreast with the Scherer Esports cars either side of him. Here comes the red line car as well, down the hill and on the brakes with no ABS to help them out. It's a Noah's Ark formation, 3, 4 wide everywhere that you look. It's Scherer, 1 and 2. Gianni trying to slot back in, but it's Door around the outside. Tim Yarshell challenging for second, and it's a bold move by the German. If he can hang around the outside here, it gives him the inside on the cutback out of the arena section. And Door Esports have gone up 3 positions on the start to get to second place.
And importantly, they've broken the Scherer Esport 1-2. That's what gave them such an advantage in round 1. They've broken it now, and they've actually put the other Scherer car back to 4th because the Apex car is also coming through. It's going to be Scherer, then Door Esports, Apex, and then Scherer again with Redline and Coanda in 5th and 6th at the moment. A cleaner start in this Porsche category, which is very nice to see. Still, even with a little bit of side-by-side, a bit further back between a few of the drivers, but thankfully this class getting off to a much better start.
That was nervy through the kink there. I thought for a second Bobby Zelensky was going to get turn on the nose of him. The WSR butt kicker machine in front. Out of the chicane we go. It's a big bobble for Tyler Hervius, who's on the grass and now losing 1, 2, and maybe 3 positions. I will say, by the way, in that Team Redline car, watch out for Sebastian Joe, former Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, and making what is in effect his in-car debut for Team Redline after the Oracle Red Bull Racing sim racing squad partnered up with the famed Team Redline camp. Through the Hudson back, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy cars work, and now they'll run themselves up towards Flugplatz for the first time of asking. Here come your SP10s, though, and these are cars where draft plays its part. It's a Mercedes lockout on the front row. What will the BMWs do slightly further back? It's a great jump from the Sontec car at the front as Tatu Ciplo will get almost 5 car lengths before they're even onto the brakes for the first time of asking. It's a look up the inside by the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go car, but as the Mahler machine of Ruben Bonga slides its way on forward to second, it chops the nose off of the X-Racer Mercedes. It was almost contact for second. Bonga only with eyes for the lead, but meanwhile, it's allowed those behind to close that margin once again as Sontec get reeled back on in under the brakes, and with the draft playing its part, SP10's out of the arena section and single file finally.
SP10's going to be very close throughout this race, I'm sure about that, although the top 2 are going to get away if they keep battling like that. The X-Racer car really having to go on the defensive there in towards the cut through from one of the BMWs. That was very close again, but it's Sontec versus Mahler, who are in the 1 and 2 positions in SP10 at the moment. A good start from them, a good start from everybody actually. I think they realise as well, if we get single file here, we can grab the slipstream of the car in front and we can get on with this race and stay close, although a mistake from X-Racer has disrupted that.
It wasn't not coordinated start, it was rather clumsy in some ways. It's not really formed a breakaway in the same way as the SP9 category, but it's not ideal, that is to say the very least. And now we get the final of the starts. Yes, there's 5 classes out there in racing, but the SP3Ts as well as the VT2s are going to roll out for their start at the same time, and so the Hyundai Velosters, the Toyota GR86s, all relatively low-powered compared to the cars that we've already seen take to the green flag. But trust me, you only need 2 to tango, and these are 2 classes that continuously prove that. The BMW M 3-hour race is finally underway for these drivers. They've been waiting for almost 6 minutes and counting. Corentin Gunes in the Sim RC machine is going to watch up the inside as he covers any potential looks. Scherer alongside Team Hoisingveld, alongside Parabit on the formation out of the opening corner. A bit of bump and run there in terms of Scherer trying to lean on Gunes to try and get back in front of Team Hoisingveld, but the silver entry slides its way on forward. VT2's battle for the lead. We'll see the Kaufmann Motorsports car take the point, the Nürburgring Esports car slot into second. But we know that for these drivers, Ewan, half the battle is staying out of trouble later on.
Yeah, it will be. There was lots of incidents, of course, last race, and there always has been with these VT2 cars included on the field with the SB9s that are so much faster than them per lap. That creates a real problem, and it does for these SB3Ts to a degree as well. These guys are a lot slower. Oh, and there's contact here on the Grand Prix layout. Clumsy again. The 817 is the one that goes around. It's the Pro Sport car that goes to the back of the field. That was a bit clumsy, really, to make contact like that on a straight.
Not ideal by any means, and now still with a long ways to go to try and build back up. There's time to build that advantage, or cut that deficit, and the advantage that those in front have built up, but never want to leave yourself with too much work. You see at the top of the screen, by the way, race control decisions being slotted on in, and it did say as Gunes makes a mistake and allows the chance for the Hoisingveld car to slip alongside. Fabian Siegmann takes the opportunity, does not need a second invitation. Oh, too wide into the Hudson back. Is it going to allow an opportunity? No, it's not, because everyone wises up and says it's only the opening lap. We've got 4 cars breaking away at the front. Let's slide our way on through. But as you see, stop and hold penalty for the 16 machine for the WS Racing by Pearson's car for no real-world driver. Again, it's a drive-through penalty for Sontec Racing as they come to the end of their opening lap. That Ewan's going to really be the main talking point.
It is, and these are the pre-race penalties, by the way, that are coming through for Sontec Racing and WS Racing in the SB9 class, and the 175 is the Pro Sport Sim Racing SB10 car that also has a drive-through penalty. As down the inside here goes one of the Williams cars on the Apex Racing team, and that's into turn 1, a nice move in the end from Sindre Setsas to get up into 4th place. So the top 2 have really broken away here. The gap between them and the rest is 5 seconds and increasing.
Here we go on the opening lap for your SB9s, now complete onto the second lap for them. What you will know is because the starts were so split up and the field gets held for quite a bit, it's not going to take long before these SB9s are into the VT2s, into the SB3T class as well. I'm just trying to get all my class names correct because there's quite a few of them. And from there, it's a slightly different sort of a race. If you are Verstappen, though, and you now know that Sontec and Trogan have got the drive-through penalty to serve at some point as well, how do you play this race out? Ewan, you got 5 and a bit seconds to those behind, to this grouping of Mercedes, the AMG team MSI, AMG Williams, and AMG team Apex Racing team. But it's only a 3-hour race. I would wager Verstappen's not going to be too waiting around too much. He's going to want to build an advantage.
Well, I think he is at the moment, and he needs to do anything different to really continue to build this advantage at the moment. He can really just...
And as we just continue to run our way on through, it is at the end of the long straight that we see these Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy cars come. Side-by-side battle slightly further behind, but this is effectively at the very tail end of the class. It's 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th positions, and those at the front not wanting to fight as aggressively. Ewan O'Leary's back, I think, with us after a brief blip of technical issues. Ewan, these Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy machines all now with the opening lap complete. And Sebastian Job and Zach Campbell starting to fight for 5th and 6th positions. All of these drivers know, I think, track position is important for these cars.
It is relatively so, and that means that we're going to see some good fighting here in the top 8 positions, especially. I would say, no longer though, Sebastian Job around.
That is unfortunate, but it means that sharing the car with Enzo Benito, he's got to wait for a clean spot to rejoin. Job's got some work to do. I will avoid making the obvious pun right there. Oh, but goodness, close battling doesn't end well for him.
No, unfortunately not. We were really excited to see how he would get on over the course of today, because he is such a strong driver, paired up with Enzo Benito as well. What a pairing that is for Team Redline, but they've really got some work to do from there. It's not all lost, of course. I think they can still get a top 5 from there, but in terms of a race win, it's very tricky from that position.
So unfortunate for Sebastian Job, but this is a race of attrition in some ways as well. And I don't think he's that far off the lead. He's still only about 10 seconds, all things considered, a time that being honest. The Porsche Esports Super Cup races here, he could make that one up. That was Zach Campbell, I'm pretty sure, running off into the grass. He was so committed in trying to close this margin up. Zach Campbell's having some technical issues, I will just note as well, so I think they may have actually wanted to be slightly higher in qualifying, but Campbell not able to get the lap together and the result in qualifying come together the way they wanted, but ultimately, we'll see if it all stays together in the same way that SP10 has stayed together at the end of the opening lap.
That is the field, by the way. There's no one missing there. That is the entire field, all in one slipstream train. I thought it was going to be a good race. I wasn't expecting that particularly. Really remarkable. And then side by side a bit further back, not so much for the top three. Sontek still leads here. Marler sandwiched in the middle there, and no one wanting to really do anything other than fuel save. There's big stops on the brakes. What's that BMW doing there in third? Really slowing down into the Tiergarten. They don't seem to be having problems, but they're really backing up the rest of the field. It's caused an accident.
Yeah, I saw something on my timing screen, and then I saw that car in the shot. It's the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW that sees some issues down at Tiergarten, to put it mildly, and I think we may have had some more issues out on track, because I've just seen on my timing screen that the Lion GP Ferrari's back on pit lane. Fast lane racing by Smilly Esports got mixed up in it. SP10's at the end of the opening lap. The bonga drums bonging away as Tatu Cipolla sees the pressure from the Marler Racing crew. Ruben Bonga had a look, and I've got to just point this one out. The Marler Racing team last year was in the BMW M4 GT4 machine. They know what that car is capable of. They were quick in it. Now they've switched over to the Mercedes. It is a BMW at the front. It looks as though the BOP in this class is pretty close, all things considered. I have a feeling that Marler team has got plenty of experience to fall back on here today.
And they'll be able to read what's happening up ahead of them in that BMW and maybe take some sort of advice from that in terms of what they're seeing. So it's a good position to be in, but as much as Bonga looks like he's having a look in some of these places, I think he's just taking different lines and he's just sort of working his way around, showing the nose here and there. I don't actually think he's really aiming to overtake at this stage.
I don't think so, but 3-hour race, it means there's less awkwardness around the pit stops, aren't there? It's going to be a 2 pit stop race for everybody, that we know. The question really becomes, how do you play those pit stops out? How much fuel do you put into the car? And when do you come down pit lane? Especially important, of course, because this is such a long lap. You're not, if you're on the margin, on the verge of running out of fuel, it's not worth the gamble. It is better to come on in and play it safe, and as compared to a track like, just taking an example, my local track, Laguna Seca, where you can do a lap there in about a minute's time.
It's yeah, a very different challenge indeed. So it's yeah, something to contend with. Let's have a look at the incident here with Adrenaline. It's a big stack up, and they're rear-ended in the end by one of the Mercedes at the back of the field. That was it was up to race, I reckon, the 167 in that Mercedes that just rear-ended them and put them into the wall. That's why they're in pit lane at the moment.
We apologise for the lack of graphics on screen. We'll try and let you know what battles you're watching at every point on track. Right now, this is the run onto the Dottinger Hoa for the SP9 cars. You can see your leaders, Sontek Racing Team Redline, still 1 and 2. Max Verstappen not letting your leader run away by any means, but at the same time, not necessarily as close as he needs to be. He's leaving himself some margin just in case the Sontek Racing car makes a mistake. He's staying within drafting range as well. Behind, you then have the AMG contingent, the MSI liveried machine, powered of course by the Apex Racing team, and then Williams Esports and the second Apex Racing car, Sindre Setsource, sharing the driving responsibilities in the number 5 with Carl Janssen, his former teammate, of course, Sim Racing, of course, as they pair back up in that entry. And then you've got more fights, Jaden Conwright in the BMW for a BS competition. That's fending off AMG Team HRT by UOL, by a Apex Racing team as well. Let's not forget, as I think we're going to see some penalties continuing to be served as drivers head their way down to the lane.
I'm not sure whether we've mentioned the penalties in race that have been accumulated so far, but Pro Sport in SP9 have got one. I think they've just come in to serve that, haven't they? Yes, Leon Erger is into pit lane for a drive-through penalty at the moment. Door Esports in the Porsche class as well is also in or should be in for a drive-through at some point in the near future as well. There are the only two from in-race penalties that have come through so far.
Yes, but you say that, I get the sneaking suspicion this is going to be a shorter race distance-wise and time-wise than our first round, but probably more incidents to report. And oh no, there's been some heartbreak, I think, for frozen speed by Grid and Go in their BMW M4 GT4 machine, because I see a technical issue might have dropped one of their drivers from the session, and now a car that actually qualified decently this time is out and waiting in pit lane. We'll have to see how they go from there. We'll get word on what happened to them whenever we can, but for the time being, we check in with the battle for 10th in this SB9 category. They are a ways off your race leader, already 15 seconds adrift. I'll just note, gap between Redline and AMG Team MSIU in is 4.4 seconds, so by no means is Verstappen in a comfortable position, given that it's Elias Sepinen and Kevin Ellis Jr. behind.
Yeah, I think we've got Sepinen closing in a bit in the first sector of this lap. He didn't close in on the last lap, but I think he has just made a couple of inroads on this first part of the lap at the moment. The gap has extended to over a second and a half as well to Samivati Trogan, who is currently in the lead of the race, of course, but still waiting on that drive-through penalty. I'm actually somewhat surprised he hasn't served it yet, but he's probably waiting for the latest possible opportunity to do so.
Yeah, you would not want to do it any earlier than you would want to, that is for sure. Into Tiergarten, no move at the front of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, where still Michael Gianni leads. There's going to be a look up the inside by the WSR Esports crew. Tyler Hervey is trying to get alongside the Greica Motorsports crew, but no luck just there and has to slot back into line. So Tim Yarshell has a penalty, as Ewan mentioned, at the Door Esports Cup car, as you see one other machine, that's the Greica Motorsports car off to the lane for its own penalty. For Door Esports, it was a great start for them, and as you mentioned, importantly, they split the Scherer Esports cars very, very early on, and that is important. Why? Because, well, teammates working together is a dangerous proposition around a track like this.
It is. One of them admittedly has got a penalty for a success penalty of 30 seconds, so the 105 is going to drop back anyway, with Luca Alpert currently running fourth, but the other car will be up there. They are now together though, and I wonder whether they'll put all their resources into that at 115, if you like. Julian Raymer trying to get that car to save as much fuel as possible, maybe put them on a different strategy, because that's their best chance of the win today, with Door Esports and Apex going to fall away pretty soon because of their success penalty and on-track penalty, respectively.
Indeed, so 20 minutes or so now complete in this race. We're about a third of the way through the opening stint. It's going to be about 8 or so laps for your SP9 drivers, and just under an hour or so, and if things play out as we have expected, the Avia WSE Motorsports team down in 11th position. Now, this is a battle, of course, but they're not necessarily as close as those in front in the front part of the class. I was going to say as well, right on cue, producer was reading our mind, SP10s. Yes, we've had one car drop back. Everyone else is still in the line, Ewan, as they get ready to re-enter the Dottinger.
Yes, one has dropped back in adrenaline, of course, and one has completely disappeared from them for frozen speed, because they're in the pit lane, so two are missing, but the rest of the field are together, and that is fantastic news for us. All 10 of them will be slipstreaming off of one another down the Dottinger this time around, and by the way, not too far behind will be the VT2s, because they're all still together pretty much at the very back of the field. About the top 4 of them are slipstreaming off one another, although they will be overtaken by the SB9s soon.
Yeah, traffic is going to be a factor for these drivers at some point, you have to assume, as they run their way to the end of the straight. Now, is this going to be the chance for Ruben Bonga to get past? Does he want to lead? Does he want to run in line? See behind the Nürburgring Esports team and Pro Sport side by side as well, as up in towards Tiergarten they are going to rise. It is going to be Ruben Bonga that's alongside and now on through, as Tatu Sipula allows the move to happen. I think it's somewhat expected, Ewan, all things considered.
and a bit cleaner into the Tiergarten this time around. Nobody's slowing down dramatically on the way in and trying to save fuel a bit too dramatically, which unfortunately has put 2 cars out of this group. Thankfully, it's a little bit better on this occasion. A little bit of a look up the inside here from 3h-Race as they try and make a move on ex-racer Alexia Loma. Unfortunately, has had a bit of a difficult start to this race after qualifying so well, battling for the top positions early on as well, but has not stopped being overtaken so far. And here is another one. 3h-Race struggling to get this one done for the moment through the Mercedes arena.
And so battle continues as I think traffic's going to start building up now once again for the SP9s, Ewan, as they close on the SP3Ts.
Absolutely, it's going to be very interesting indeed. Let's see if what's going to happen here as we get word of another penalty for the 1, 2, 3 10-second time penalty for them. That's WSR Esports book kicker car in the Porsche class that gets that 10-second time penalty throughout the course of the race. Here is the VT2 class up at Horak for the second time only of asking for these guys now. They'll be through the very difficult section with the twists and turns. They're all together though, which is fantastic news, slipstreaming off of one another. That's going to be a problem for the SP9s, those GT3s that are coming through very soon, but it's great news for us. I'm sure they'll provide some fantastic racing. We go on board with one of them. This is 4th placed Nürburgring Esports Daniel Muth. We're riding on board with at the moment, trying to chase down the Kaufmann Motorsport Group car in 3rd. Then we've got the Geld car just in front of them, and then Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, who are in the lead of this class at the moment. These guys quite a long way back from the SP9s now, who have already overtaken them all, by the way. They already are a lap down on the overall leaders, so they've actually survived pretty well. They're all close together, and they'll all be battling on the back very shortly. We just had word through as well, by the way, that Sontec Racing, the lead of this race, have got a penalty, and it was for causing a collision in the last race. They clearly didn't serve it in round 1 of this season, and so they're going to have to now in this second round of the DNLS. And here they are, just up in front of Max Verstappen. We ride on board with the 3-time F1 World Champion right now into the Tiergarten as we're into the traffic here at the Nürburgring for the first time. It's the SP3T cars now for the first time on this occasion. Nearly half an hour into this race, Sami Matti-Trogen comes into the pit lane, and Max Verstappen will lead the race for Team Redline at the end of 3 laps. Further behind, we've got PS Competition holding on from Team Williams. This is Will Tregertha trying to find his way through into 8th position. Side by side here involving Coanda as well. That involves the likes of Aussie Car Shop Esports with Marcus Fisher and Norby Kist as well. In the other PS Competition, Mercedes, he's of course recovering from that spin in the Mercedes arena for the first time of asking here this afternoon. In the slipstream now for Coanda into turn 1. Here's the Apex Racing Team battle as well, with Maxence Godinho has just got it in front of Sindre Setsas. This is for 3rd place in the race now, the podium places, as they try and work their way through the traffic on the Grand Prix layout here at the start of lap number 4. Now this was of course the lap where it all unravelled for Team Redline, and Rudy Van Buren was at the wheel in round 1 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, but hopefully on this occasion for Max Verstappen it's going to be a better ride. 4.8 seconds is his lead over Elias Seppänen and then Maxence Godinho in the Apex Racing car as they make their way out of the Grand Prix for the first time. These are the V2Ts, or VT2s I should say, making their way over the line for just the 3rd time of asking here in this race. It's going to be a bit of a defence here for 3rd by the looks of things by Milos Pavlovic, who's trying to hold on from the Wolf Motorsport car that's gone from the very front to the very back in one straight, and that's exactly what can happen around this circuit in this class.
I'm glad that we've added this class for sure. It's going to be interesting to see how they continue to develop as well as the drivers get more comfortable and familiar with the faster traffic working their way on through, as Verstappen up the inside of one of those SP3T cars. Now Sontec, after that drive-through penalty, dropped down to 9th position in the running order. 4.2 still back to Elias Seppänen. This is where I think first into the race, Ewan, you mentioned that Rudy Van Buren wasn't looking quite quick last time out. We didn't necessarily get to see the full potential out of him in that car. For Max Verstappen, he's got to remember that he's not the only one in that car, and he's got a very quick teammate to back him up too.
Yes, he'll be utilising that a little bit later on, of course, in the day. And we look forward to that. This is a replay of what happened in VT2. So there was clearly an incident. It's Wolf Motorsport on the outside here. You can see in the white and blue, and they're just going to get pushed out by Kaufman, who, in my opinion, they just don't leave them quite enough space through that section.
Race control will take a look, and I'm sure we'll continue to be busy. I've just seen that Door Esports have come in for their penalty for what happened on the start, as down through the Vauxhall, where there was drama last time between the Apex Racing MSI car and the Team Redline Ferrari in the previous round with traffic. No such dramas for Williams Esports and Sindre Setsource behind Max and Scudino, as back over in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. That's Michael Johnny starting to break away a bit, and you've got the 115 Scherer Esports Cup machine that's now slotted into second. Important because that's the car with no success penalty, and the one therefore that has a chance to work its way on forward, as Sebastian Jobs on the recovery drive in front of Holden Motorsport to back up into ninth.
This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier on with Mike Journey, by the way. He needs to get out front here because they've got 20 seconds worth of a penalty to get the biggest gap you can and just serve the penalty and suffer from that a little bit later on. They have got a second at least, but Scherer are putting everything they can into that 115. They don't have any penalties to serve. Julian Raymer is the man for today, and Luca Appert is right behind him, helping him.
Seeing some fun chat, by the way, in our various YouTube comments going on, so delighted to have you joining us for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, the second round of the season, the BMW M 3-hour race. Let us know where you're watching from. I think we know who most of you are here to watch, but who are you here to cheer on? Let us know who you're here to support, because there are 59 teams that took the green flag, let's not forget, and they all have fast repairs, so we expect most of them to see the end, but I think we might have seen the end of Frozen Speed by GNG. We'll get word again what happened to them, have sent the request down to those in the know. One of our Porsches on the hunt and behind Andy Goulden is Yves Volt after starting the very back of class in 20th position. There's another drive-through penalty. That one's for the 112, the Kramer Racing Esports car, and my suspicion is that might be for what happened with Team Redline, and indeed it is. So Kramer Racing penalised for spinning around Sebastian Joe.
Given a drive-through penalty for that as well, so that's probably going to put them behind Redline. I guess just as served, you could say, but Redline will still feel very aggrieved as to that penalty and the way that that's panned out, because it's put them a long way back. It's given Sebastian Job a lot of work to do. He's now ninth, of course, but then he'll take that one step forward, and then he'll take 10 seconds back again at his first pit stop.
See another question asking about Max's POV. Unfortunately, no way to follow directly along with him today. Team Redline will be, from what I understand, focusing on their coverage of the Inter Esports Global Championship later on, where their teams are in contention for both titles in the championship. Looking rearwards, though, in the SP3T battle, where it is SimRC that lead, but only by 1.8 seconds. They have that 30-second success penalty, let's not forget. That's looming over them, as Team Hoisting felt slightly pushed out wide by one, and then two GT3 machines slipping past at the highest point of the track at Hoa Axis. Goodness, that race control graphic hasn't stopped for quite a while, has it?
No, 10 seconds stop and go for the 167 on this occasion. That's another Porsche in the field. The excuse me, it's not a Porsche, is it? It's the SB10 up to race car, and that's for hitting the adrenaline car. I was right to suspect that the up to race car was the one who hit him, and that is the case. Adrenaline put a long way back, 10 seconds stop and go for them as a result. Although it was just a big stack up, really, pretty unlucky for everyone involved.
Was indeed. Some of the nature, though, of racing at the Nordschleife is being involved in incidents like that. I see a question just being thrown into a chat. Is the Sven the same guy who was involved with Max last time out? No, it was a different Sven. Let's not start piling onto this Sven for actions in the past. Yeah, the last time Ewan and myself commentated on Max, that happened. So hopefully that doesn't happen again.
I don't know what you're talking about, Arjuna. What happened?
What are we talking about?
No, I don't really want to explain it again. But anyway, yes, it's different on this occasion. And I'm expecting a good race in SB3T, by the way. Corrente Guinness is leading by 3.4 seconds at the moment, but we'll have that penalty to serve, of course, 30 seconds for winning the last race. We've got Huizenveld and Scherer also with penalties. They're second and third. So who's going to step into the limelight and lead after the first pit stops, I really don't know.
So that penalty, by the way, for the number 11, that's Marek Bachmann in the M&J downforce car. It's fifth in class right now in the SB9. So yeah, race control having to be right on top of everything. And I get the sense that we're going to probably get upwards of the number of incidents we had reported from the last round. That is for sure. That's a breeze on past for Jaden Conwright in the BS Plus competition BMWs. Wiltshire Gotha doesn't put up a fight.
Not really. I think they're just exchanging positions at this stage of the race as Norman Cuse is making a great recovery here. Up to, this is 13th place now. Ahead of RC Carstop Esports. There's Fabian Siegman back in front of Scherer again, by the way. They're fighting for second in SB3T. There's an awful lot going on here in the first half an hour of this race, and it's absolutely fantastic to see as MJ Downforce and Coanda both come into pit lane now from SB9.
Did Coanda come in for a penalty?
Nope.
Yes.
Oh, did they?
Wait. There are three Coanda cars in the field, so you're trying to figure out which one got a penalty is maybe important. No, there is a penalty that's come down for the 118, so that's the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy car, but not for the SB9 class. So Fabio Grosso making maybe a scheduled pit stop. That's interesting.
Making 3 stops today then, I guess. If they want to get Grosser out of the car, but also fulfill his 8 laps, then they're going to have to do something a bit different, because they can't afford to do the first 7 laps of the race with him and then 1 more lap. That would be strange.
This is fun, by the way. GR86s and Porsche 911s alongside and around the outside as we get towards the mini carousel. Are we going to cut back underneath? We are!
Oh, be careful.
And the Nürburgring Esports GR86 has to yeet its way out of that mini carousel to allow the second of the Scherer cars to make its move. But there's a reason for the desperation, because Scherer have lost the draft to the Apex Racing Team car as they enter the Dottinger, and that is why there was some urgency displayed.
Well, you could call it urgency, you could call it disregard for the class, to be honest, because that was very, very close to dangerous. Thankfully, there was no contact actually made there, but really, that was a dangerous moment for Scherer and for everyone involved there. Could have been a real pile-up with the amount of cars that were involved there. I know this is the sort of idea in endurance racing. You've got to work your way through the field and the slower classes as quickly as possible. But that was slightly close to the line with regards to what is really necessary in a race like this.
You can see the wheel bouncing away for Zach Campbell as he ends the lap. What will be the 4th lap for these Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy cars. Zach Campbell just returned from Germany. He was there for the Porsche Night of Champions, and he's pulling double duty doing the start of the race here. Is going to be handing the car over to his teammate Oscar Pai. And then I think most drivers have to focus their attention on racing later today in various other different cars. Not this Cup car, unfortunately. And we'll see how it fares out for him in what will be a lengthy day for some of these teams, and they're not necessarily drivers. Yes, some drivers are going to do double duty, but there are engineers, there are spotters behind the scenes and strategists that you would, across 3 hours of racing here and then another 2-hour and 40-minute race later on, going to have to be on top of their game.
They really are. It's going to be a very, very long day for those teams who are involved in both of these championships, because they're not exactly races you can stroll up to and just turn up to. You've got to really prepare for them and really practice as well. And with the sort of the gap between the races and the lengths that they are, and how different they are in so many ways as well, it's very, very difficult to get prepared for both of them. So it's going to be a very interesting day indeed, a great day of sim racing coming up across all platforms. It's great to see. Even this late on into December, we're still racing 100% on what is realistically the final weekend of action-ish.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Next couple of weeks are going to be a little bit more quiet, all things considered. I see a couple of people, by the way, saying that Zach Campbell needs to eat maybe a bit more and bulk up for some of the direct drive wheelbases. Trust me, Zach Campbell can eat with the best of them. He just somehow still manages to stay skinny. It's not fair, but he is plenty capable of driving Porsches around in the Commander Esports stable. This is a look back at Sontec Racing, who have closed up to Wiltshire-Gotha, back on the case of BS Competitions BMW as well. And as we ride on board with the Lamborghini, let's not forget, this car has changed over to the Lamborghini for this round of the championship, and they clearly think it's the car they want to be in, despite the fact it says a Ferrari on the screen.
Yeah, and the Ferrari is still doing well in the field as well. It's not exactly like it's slow. Team Redline were able to extract the performance out of it, and Sontec were last round as well. They just didn't have things go their way quite in the first round of the series. So I'm slightly bemused as to why they've changed over, actually, but they clearly feel they've got a better chance in the Lamborghini, and it's hard to argue against them at this very moment, because despite their drive-through, they've recovered well. They're now 8th. Wiltshire-Gotha and Jacob Combright are the ones just up in front at the moment, and they're only 22 seconds off the lead despite their penalty.
Back over to your SB10s, where the two cars with success penalties are starting to break away. So Mahler Racing Team, the Sontec Racing cars at the front, now have a bit of separation to the Nürburgring Esports team, as well as Door Esports, who we are focused our attention on right now. I have got confirmation on what happened to Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. An unfortunate technical failure for Gabriel Streitmatter. Saw the car drop out of the world effectively, and after being crashed out in the first round, after working their way from the back after not qualifying very well, they were in a great spot, saving fuel to take advantage of the success penalties in front of them, and they will hope for 2024 to focus that up once again. Minimum stint time, just to reiterate, for your SB9 class, as one more of the SB10s heads down into pit lane. Minimum stint length for the rear-wheel driver unit is 8 laps, so 8 laps at some point over the course of the race.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be all in one go. You can do it in different stages over the course of the day, but you do have to do 8 laps at some point. And of course qualify the car as well, which you've already seen, so that's already been completed. But it's the 8 laps that's really difficult, and it's very cleverly placed by the organisers, really, isn't it? It's very awkwardly placed as well. Not so much for the 3.5-hour races, you can kind of work around it, but for these races, the 3-hour, and maybe less so the 4th hour, but certainly the 2 3-hour races, it is awkward to try and figure out 8 laps, especially when you're sort of trying to avoid putting your real-life driver in, and that's not the case for every team. But some of the teams will really want to get their real-world driver out because their sim driver will be stronger.
And to balance that out, right, because there are some real drivers who are sim drivers, some sim drivers who are real drivers, right, depending on how you want to cross the lines. There is also a maximum I rating cap. You can't have a driver above. You can have one driver above a certain I rating. Your other driver must be below that, and so there's always this song and dance when it comes to the SB9 category to make sure that you fulfill the various requirements. Sontec going to close in that draft with 2 hours and 20 minutes still to go. It's the battle for P6 in the SB9 category, and here comes the look alongside by the second of the Williams Esports cars. Should be the number 50 in session, but labeled as the 47 instead. And it's alongside, still alongside, and gets on through.
Nice move. Slipstream move, but a nice one, and somewhat surprised that Sontec haven't even tried to get involved. They might well do now. They'll really want to get through on this BMW because it's not as strong as the Mercedes. Not sure why Williams are giving the slipstream to Sontec at the moment. I think they would, or in my opinion, they should have tried to keep BS Competition in front of them, just so that they could slow up Sontec for a little bit longer, but that's clearly not what they want. In towards turn 1 they go. Sam Vettel is through, and he, well, wants to take 2 in 1. It's given the space by Wiltshire-Gotha as well to even go for that into the Mercedes arena.
Yeah, not hanging around right now, is he? He is really starting to force the issue back up the inside, and he gets on through.
Wow, that says it all about Simon Vettel and the way he is ambitious in this race. He's not giving up despite the penalty earlier on. They are now in 6th place, and who knows what they can achieve from here. Well, great start for Sami Vettel. Obviously, bar the penalty, it's been a good start for them in that Lamborghini, and so He's now up to 6th. The gap to Max Verstappen, by the way, 23.3 seconds. Going to be difficult to catch Team Redline for Sontec Racing today, but they could still have their eyes on the podium. At the moment, in those podium places, it's, of course, Team Redline leading the way. MSI in second with Elias Sepinen, and then Apex Racing are now in third with Max Scordino. AMG Team Apex Racing. We go back to the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, the second fastest of our 5 categories here this afternoon. It's Michael Jardy leading the way for Apex Racing Team, who are having a good start to this race across all the categories. They're 4.2 seconds ahead of this battle. It's Sherra Sport Esport Cup 2, then Sherra Cup Esports 1, then Coanda Esports, and Zach Campbell, who's in 4th. You can see him really homing into the back of Luca Alpert at the moment. And Coanda look to be on their way through here into 3rd place. Sherra, interestingly, giving the slipstream to Coanda and not their teammates. That's a bit of a surprise to see on the Jottinger Ho. And Zach Campbell will go straight through, and he'll all of a sudden be the meat in this sandwich on the way towards the Tiergarten. Late on the brakes that they will go through here, as the other Coanda car, you can see in the purple and orange, holds off the likes of PB Performance and Kramer Racing Esport and Mark Bowser, who is in 7th place, although I do believe they have a penalty to serve, and they will serve it right now. Kramer Racing Esports. No other penalties to report as of right now, by the way. No new ones that we haven't told you about just yet, although there is an investigation going on for the way that the RC Car Shop Esports and the Kaufman Motorsport Group cars clearly had an altercation. You can see the both of the Kaufman Motorsport cars actually here in VT2, the Toyota GR86 category. It's that car with Max Knopf that's currently leading the way. Then Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, who were leading this time last lap, but were pushed off the road by Kaufman and had to drop back. Daniel Muth is next, and then Milos Pavlovic, excuse me, but that's all going to change now. As side by side we go. Look at this, 2 wide. We're going to go 3 wide very shortly as well, as we're going to get Daniel Muth involved for the Nürburgring Esports car. Kaufman sort of boxed in a little bit here on the back straight, but their second car is going to come roaring up to the back of them now with the slipstream that they've got. Here we go. Are they going to go right or left? It's going to be 3 wide, is it? No, not quite. They're just going to back off here and probably sensible into the Tiergarten as well. The Nürburgring Esports car is getting pushed along here. Will Kaufman go down the inside of Wolf Sim Racing? Not quite. That is very close indeed. There's a flash of the lights as well to show their discontent. Through goes Nürburgring Esports. It's Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing leading ahead of Nürburgring Esports, and then the 2 Kaufman cars. What a fantastic class and category and a battle this is. Kaufman looking for their way back through all over again in towards turn number 1. Spectacular racing between the 4 of them.
It proves you only need a couple of cars to fight, and unfortunately it's only the fast lane car that's not involved. We're still going to duke it out, and with clean air to enjoy for quite a while right now, because there's no traffic for these drivers. Oh, they'll be 3 wide through the arena section, fanning back out, cut back underneath from Daniel Muth and that 487 car. And there's so much experience in these slower powered cars and these drivers, and so they know exactly what they need to do. It's Wolf Motorsport that once again are in front, but it's with Kaufman trying to go the long way around as we dive down into the shortcut.
Spectacular racing, even on the Grand Prix layout now. Late on the brakes with Kaufman round the outside on this occasion. They're trying to find their way round so they can get the inside for the very next corner, which they are going to achieve. And they may well have the lead very soon as well, as Wolf tried to just hold them off. They still can't quite do it.
This is craziness. You're watching the BMW M 3-hour race, round 2 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Don't go anywhere. We've still got 2 hours and 15 minutes of this left to come.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Back at the green hell for the BMW M 3-hour race. Round 2 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Our junior Kanki party alongside with Ewan O'Leary, walking you through all of the action. And what a fun fight we're watching in the VT2 class, the newest addition to the series, added for this year. And boy, yes, there's only 5 cars on the entry list, but 4 of them putting on a display for the ages right now. Out of Flugplatz on our run towards Schroudenkraut and Arenberg, it's going to be Max Noth that's leading. Connor Karnick, Daniel Muth and Milos Pavlovic all searching to find their way on through.
It's not going to happen on the way towards Arenberg. They'll remain single file, and I would argue they should stay single file on the way down the hill here towards Andau Forest, and Team Redline will be able to tell you all about that. However, big news comes through as Milos Pavlovic gets news he'll have to come through for a drive-through penalty.
That's a shame for him. Probably has to be served in the next handful of laps as well, and that was for contact with the Wolf Motorsports machine. And so 34th incident report has been dealt with. Race control might now finally get a bit of a breath, an important breath as well, because there's a bit of a wiggle there. Max Verstappen just punched in the fastest lap of the race. SP9 cars are also on to their 7th lap of the race, which should mean it might be time for pit stops to begin.
Yep, at the end of this one, we should be seeing pit stops for everybody. Sam Strogan has decided that at the end of 6 laps, it's time to come in. But there is Max Verstappen leading the way, 5.8 seconds. He's not destroying the field at the moment, but he is gently pushing this gap out by a few tenths per lap. And around this circuit, that means that things are still pretty close. But he's started with a bit of a head start here for this part of the race. 6 seconds is his gap after 50 minutes. Lars Tepperden doing his best to keep him in check, but lost another 7 tenths on that last lap.
Did get word, by the way, from Elvis Rankin in the Commander Esports by Manti number 18 that they are splitting up the stint for Fabio Grossa into a 4 and a 4 lap stint to get the 8 lap requirement done for the pro driver, as opposed to doing a 7 lap stint and then a 1 lap stint. Seems quite logical, you'd have to think. We'll see how it plays out at the end of the day when it comes to strategy, though. Here comes Verstappen. Just look how close to the wall he gets as out of the entry into the Nordschleife. He descends and now in towards the Hudson back. Look at focus on his face, and, well, it looks pretty easy from this perspective, doesn't it? I promise you it's not.
Yeah, it's being made to look easy at the moment. You see the way that this car will glide over the curbs through the Hatzenbach, one of the few places on this racetrack you can actually use them, especially this one on the right-hand side just there. Get yourself hooked up there, and on the exit here as well through this left-hander. This corner pretty important as well because it dictates your run all the way towards Arenberg, really. Got things slightly tripped up over the big curves there, but all right in the end. Through this section, up towards Flugplatz you go. Scarily fast in an SB9 GT3 car in this day and age. And then the run down towards Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg, as we were just talking about. A spectacular corner in itself as well. A real driving challenge, and you never be bored around this circuit. Sometimes when you're leading the race, or when you're on your own, I should say. Maybe not when you're leading, but if you're on your own, you're a little bit bored. You're never bored around here.
Yeah, I agree, especially when you have traffic and stuff to deal with too. So Zach Campbell's in front now of Scherer Esports. He's been slowly working his way forward. Michael Johnny's now 6 seconds clear of these drivers, though. I think Kawanda might have an uphill task to try and close that margin. The second Kawanda car, which does have a 10-second time penalty. Bobby Zelensky's in front of PB Performance and Marcus Deck, Door Esports and Tim Yarshell after the drive-through that they had to serve for a slight infringement on the start, defending from Sebastian Joe. This is for 8th and 9th position.
And I bet these two were not expecting to be in this position at this stage in the race. Sebastian Joe, of course, turned around by the Kramer car earlier on, who just served their drive-through penalty, of course, not so long ago, on the previous lap that was. And now Job is having to work his way through on Tim Yarshell, who is probably not too pleased that he's had to fight for 8th place either, given he's been in the wars so far as well, with incidents and so on. So not a position they're expecting to be in, or for the Kramer car, which has come out in this battle here on its outlap from the drive-through penalty.
And it is alongside with the Holden Motorsports car as they work their way through the arena section. Up the inside of Holder is going to look the Nürburgring 111. It gets the nose alongside, forces the issue. While he can run a little bit wide and off onto the AstroTurf on the exit of the corner, you're still now on the outside as you head to the shortcut, and whoa, that's a bit aggressive. A couple of chops of the nose there, and finally the message sent that the Nürburgring esports team wanted 12th position, and Holden Motorsports concedes for now, but be careful with some of those aggressive chops of the nose heading into braking zones, or you could cause chaos for yourself more than anything. 8 minutes to go to the top of the hour though, and these drivers know that they probably have a lap or two longer before we'll see them down to the lane. Max Verstappen's lead, by the way, suddenly up to 6.6 seconds over Elias Sepinen, so Team Redline's Ferrari has taken advantage in the later stages of the stint, either with traffic or maybe being better on the tyres, Ewan, to slightly elongate their lead at the front.
Yeah, it's stuck to stretch its legs a little bit now, as that Ferrari nearly 7 seconds in just a lap. That gap has increased too, so it's a good place to be at the moment for Team Redline. I'd imagine Verstappen's going to stay in for the second stint as well, and then let Van Buren finish the race. I can't imagine that, you know, that they're longing for Verstappen to get out of the car, like some of the other drivers are, or some of the other teams, sorry, are trying to get their drivers out of the car, for example. That's not the same at Team Redline, I wouldn't imagine. So he will probably continue on for the second stint as well in the lead of the race. Although, you say that, the gap went up to the 7 seconds. As I've been talking, the gap's gone down to 6 again. It's probably down to traffic.
It's one of those weird things, right, where Max Verstappen's great, Rudy Van Buren is also great. How do you decide who drives the car more?
Well, it doesn't divide well, does it, 3 hours, when you're doing hour-long stints like this? So, well, I think you just have to, because of the way that the minimum amount of laps for the starting driver has to be, I think you've got to leave Verstappen in, really. And there's no real penalty for doing that in terms of speed. So I would leave him in for the first couple of hours, really, and let Van Buren finish the race. I think that's the best way to work it, really, with the way that the rules are regarding the drive time, the minimum drive time that you have to have for a real driver.
When we say drive time, we should probably start referring to it as drive laps, minimum drive laps.
It's ingrained in the brain.
Yeah, no, it really is, isn't it? To be fair, I do appreciate that it's expressed as laps rather than as time, because when it comes to a track like this, it makes it a little bit more clear-cut, right? You have to do 8 laps, no matter how long that takes you. Do your 8 laps, and like you've mentioned on a couple of occasions, it's an awkward length. It's just not...
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't lend itself, even with these cars doing a bit of fuel saving, getting 8 laps out of the tank is not an easy proposition.
And that's why they've done it, isn't it? They're not, but the organisers are not there to make it as easy as possible for everybody. You know, they're there to make it exciting, and that's exactly what has been achieved by the minimum 8 laps, especially in these 3-hour races. It makes it especially awkward. I think during the 4-hour it's going to be a little bit easier, and during the 3.5 you can get away with it as well. But in the 3-hour race, sorry, it's especially awkward to make this work in the SP9 category, and that's what makes it a class like no other.
Across the line, trying to go back and figure out when it comes down to the success penalties, how heavy of an impact are the differences going to be. Winning the race gives you 30 seconds, second place gives you 20 seconds, and third place gives you 10 seconds. And so taking SP10 as the example, as we focus on Sontek and Asmala. So Mala's got a 10-second success penalty. Sontek has a 30-second success penalty. So that's 20 seconds difference between these two machines. You've got to surely assume in some ways, if you're Sontek, that you come into a race with a 30-second success penalty, Ewan, kind of thinking that a top 5 finish would be quite nice.
I think they should be able to get that as well with this, because if you can get, you know, 4th or 5th, it means you can recover as many points as possible, but it also means you don't have any seconds for round 3, and then you can go out and really go for the win again at that race. So that's the real advantage to doing well in round one. It means that you're particularly hurt for rounds, in theory, particularly hurt for rounds 2 and 4, but you're there for 1, 3 and 5. You've got no penalties, and especially for that finale, having no penalties for there is really crucial, because it means you're sort of more in control of your own destiny at that finale, which I'm sure it is going to come down to.
Pretty sure we just saw a penalty pop up for the number 48 Apex Racing Team AMG machine. No real-world driver for them for a second race running, and so they're going to have to spend that extra pit stop stationary. Here comes the gambit, though, and the gambles, because Team Redline out after the pit stop, but Verstappen does a full service. In front of him now are the AMG Team Williams Esports team and AMG Team MSI, having pitted. We're still waiting for Norby Kish to come down to pit lane. He has done, or is going to do, 8 laps, and then we'll be able to hand over that car to his teammate. And if that's what they want to do, Norby is very quick in his own regard, even though he is classified as the pro driver, as Leopard Esports gets its way on through on the Commander Esports by Manti car. Now we get some strategy, Ewan. It's going to be quite fun. So I guess the assumption is Setsource and Seppinen are also going to do somewhat shorter stints now before handing over to Carl Jansen and Kevin Ellis Jr. respectively.
Well, I think we've decided here, if everyone's going to do 7-lap stints, they're not going to make it on 2 stops, in my opinion. Oh dear, that was close. It's turn 1. Coanda getting away with that. They're not going to do it. They're not going to make it on two mandatory stops. So, sorry, 2 stops. So that's where I was going with it. So, are we assuming here that Redline have taken one of their mandatory stops? Because don't forget, in SB9, you've got to take 2 stops that are a minimum amount of time in the lane. And that's got to happen twice. But there is this one spare pit stop, if you're doing 3, where you can go as short as you like. Have the 2 in front, so Williams and MSI, gone for the short stop on this occasion, and they've got the 2 mandatory ones to come, whereas Redline have already done one of the 2 mandatory stops, and the next one will be another mandatory stop where they get Van Buren in, and then it's Van Buren in the car for their sort of splash and dash, if you like, for the last 2 laps.
So are BS Competition trying to save fuel and cut out the pit stop then? Is that the gambit that they're trying?
Yes, I think after being spun around on lap 1, they thought, well, we aren't going to win this race on pure pace. Right. Let's try and win it by saving fuel. But already they're only 10 seconds in front of the field.
Interest. I don't think for them they're thinking of the win right now. They're thinking of damage limitation at the end of the day. So that's going to be an interesting storyline to just keep an eye on, as Fabio Grossa is in the tyre tracks of Robin Strycek in the Leopard Esports Porsche in front. Porsche 992 generation GT3 machine, somewhat indistinguishable from the Cup cars, at least from a wide-angle shot. They both use the wider body kit on this Porsche Carrera that previous generations of the Cup car maybe didn't necessarily do. There's Sebastian Jobe once again in the Team Redline 130. He's on the back of WSR as well as Door Esports, and so his recovery drive continues. Finds himself going on about 12 seconds off of the podium spots right now. That's not too bad.
It isn't too bad, but he's going to get set back again, isn't he, with the seconds at the first stop, 10 seconds. So that's going to be a problem in the next part of the race. But then again, lots of other teams are going to have penalties and things go wrong. So it may not be awful. I think he needs to find his way through this group pretty quickly, though.
The thing is with Seb is he's got plenty of laps with this car and track, in that the Porsche Esports Super Cup has come here, I think, every year in his championship or something like that. So he's done his fair share of laps, both in racing and in practice. But there's a difference between a sprint race and an endurance race, and most of Seb's laps would have A, been in sprint race conditions, but B, Seb's come off an entire year, and honestly, I cannot tell you, and I cannot remember, the last time Sebastian Jobe has done an endurance race. That's not to say he would have forgotten how to do it, but after spending so long in races that last 15, 20 minutes, now he's got to put together a full hour's stint, save the tires as well. And not just that, you're thinking about not just yourself, but how do you make your teammates' job as easy as possible as well? How does the team get the best result that it can?
Yeah, it's all a different game, endurance racing, but you know, it's still driving at the end of the day, as you say. and you know, it's not all different, if you like. So it will still be in there. He has done it before, and I don't think he'll have any problems adapting to it. And I don't think any of the downfalls that he's had so far have been his fault or been down to that fact that he hasn't done much sprint racing or endurance racing, sorry, in the recent past. I think it's just been a bit of bad luck for him so far as they work their way through on Fabian Siegmann, who's not giving them all the space in the world, but nor should he. Blue flag's optional, of course, and not mandatory to jump out the way as immediately. So just making things slightly awkward for them on the way down here. As Sebastian Joe up on the curb making moves here.
Has to back out of it on the entry up into now for us, the bottom of the foxhole, the compression. Thought about it. I think was just trying to somewhat compromise those in front as well. Look at the lines he's taking, just trying to get into the mirror of those in front of him. Mentioned, by the way, that SB3T car. Let's talk about success penalties in this class. SimRC winners were a couple of weeks ago. Team Hoisingveld second, Sherry Esports third. Guess what position they're running in right now? SimRC first, Team Hoisingveld second, Sherry Esports third. But crucially, you in that margin between first and seconds, up to almost 10 full seconds right now. So SimRC have already done enough work to take out almost half of the deficit that they're trying to get back over Team Hoisingveld. Sherry Esports, though, are in a pretty good position, I would say.
They are. So what's going to happen if the pit stops were to happen right now, which they're not, of course, but if they did, SimRC would come out around about Hoisingveld, maybe slightly behind, and Sherry Esports would be about 10 seconds ahead of the pair of them. And that's the situation we'd be in. Unfortunately, none of the other teams really seem strong enough to get onto that podium. And that's a little bit what we saw last season. SimRC were head and shoulders above the rest. And the 30-second penalty was almost ballast to them. It wasn't damage limitation. It was how quickly can we get the lead back again.
Man, I was just trying to think back to last year's DNLS, and our time has really flown since seeing everything that played out in 2022-2023. Swap around at the front of SP10 as it's Sontec Racing's BMW M4 GT4 and Tatu Sipala that take the lead again, and as they are ready to head down to pit lane, and in front of them some GR86s, not ideal. Hopefully they slow down in time because they would have been entering pit lane just that little bit faster. Interesting to note that one of those VT2 cars, in fact a couple of those VT2 cars, are electing to stay out there and run. It's Wolf Motorsports at Nürburgring Esports. Side by side, it's the opening corner.
And note that it's the two teammates that have come in. So there's clearly some tactical games going on here. These two have stayed out, and they really need to become teammates now for the next lap and help each other, push each other along, and try and negate the fact that Kaufmann are in the pit lane at the moment. Pavlovich only came in for his drive-through, to be fair, so that's what's happened there. And the other Kaufmann car come in for a pit stop, so maybe it wasn't teamwork and just a bit of a strategic call. They're not slipstreaming off of each other anymore, let's put it that way.
Looking off the back of Sindre Setsos, the front-end damage to Elias Seppinen's car has been fixed after the pit stop, which does imply that A, it's minor, B, it was maybe somewhat more cosmetic than actual material impact on the performance of the car. Norby Kish is in pit lane for the BS Plus competition. Mercedes will let you know if he takes a driver change or not, but Elias Seppinen was in pit lane for a good 9 seconds longer than Sindre Setsos. So for him to be back in the draft is, I think, what he would think is quite optimal. What is suboptimal is the fact that Max Verstappen is only now 2 and a bit seconds off the back of them. I do think we are in for a fight, though, between Team Redline and the AMG Team MSI crew. The Williams number 5 is on a slightly different strategy call, all things considered, and therefore I'm a little less sure about it.
I actually think Williams will be in at the end of this lap based on the amount of time that they spent in pit lane. I reckon they only fueled. I know that they fuel and tyre the same time these days, but is there even time to do 2 tyres in that stop? I'm not convinced, personally. There might have been time for 1, but what's the point of that? So
they're doing the 7, then 1.
So I reckon they're doing 7 laps, then 2 laps, then 7 and 7 to make up the 23.
2. Fair, yes, good point.
But I mean, they're sitting ducks at the moment. They're there for the taking for Seppinen, and I think he really needed to find his way through on the Grand Prix layout, because now he'll just be slowed up behind him, and he can't keep that gap to Verstappen. I think Verstappen will be there by the back straight.
Doesn't look like Setsos is saving fuel necessarily, to be fair, if you listen in into the exit of the Hatzenbach. There was a slight breeze of the throttle, but
he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to, but do you come in at the end of this lap if you're Seppinen and basically just run? I don't know. I'm going to send Kevin Ellis Jr. a message, because if they are pitting at the end of this lap, I've still got about 6 minutes to find out.
Well, that's true as well. I think Seppinen will carry on, but based mainly on the fact that his pit stop was a bit longer. I reckon he's got the fuel for 4 laps, and maybe they're just going to split the time half and half with the two teammates. So Seppinen will hand over at the end of 4 laps or so, and they'll split the race sort of half and half at MSI, and they'll just go with that. And so maybe the thinking behind fueling for 4 laps is the fact that Seppinen can get at least 2 tyres on board while stationary there, whereas with the Williams strategy, they're only fueling for 2 laps, they've got no tyres on board, so they're actually doing 9 laps on these tyres, and that's what's making them so slow at the moment.
It is still 2.8 back to Verstappen in terms of time, so even though it looks close, it hasn't actually closed on this lap. Everyone in your Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, by the way, is into pit lane. No exceptions in that class. They're all in. No one doing anything different. Question is going to be, what differences do we have in terms of pit stop times? Because I can already tell you that off and away, the 115 Scherer Esports car, Michael Gianni, former race leader, still sitting there and getting what would appear to be a full service pit stop for his machine.
And 20 seconds worth of a penalty. That's what's going to really set him back. So he'll be at least 15 seconds behind Scherer, maybe more.
But that is going to be served separately from the pit stop time itself, and so he is doing the full service. I can confirm that. A full service in these cars is upwards of 60 full seconds, because tyres and fuel are done separately, as they should, to encourage true and proper strategy. But that is all besides the point, as Verstappen down at Wurszeifen, slowest part of the track here around the Nordschleife, is about to come up towards one of the fastest points on the track and one of the most important corners as well. You exit out of Bergwerk and then you build the speed all the way up towards the Mutt curve. It's one of those deceptive corners as well, in that it's somewhat blind on exit to really figure out where you're trying to go. It's one corner that I'll be honest with you, and don't think I figured out in thousands of laps around the ring.
It's difficult to figure out. You want that sort of late-ish apex, get up on the curve on the outside and get the power down for this uphill run. That's what makes it worse. It's a long flat-out run, but it's also uphill, and you can really get found out if your exit's bad or you're down on power as well. I reckon Seppinen, though, is going to have a look here on the way towards the Mutt curve. Setses is not quite so quick in the straight line at the moment. Seppinen's looking left and right. You can just see up in front there. I think he's found the inside, Seppinen, and he should be on his way through. He absolutely needed to do that, to keep Verstappen at bay for as long as possible. And Elias Seppinen is in the lead for MSI with a great pass at the Mutt curve.
And so, that corner's called Mutt curve. It's called bravery. Brave on both sides to go side by side for the lead and recognize what was on the line, but stay out of trouble and run your way on through. Again, we get this look in behind the scenes at Max Verstappen. Just looks very calm behind the wheel. You can also see as you exit out of the carousel just how important it is to get the car wound down and then on the bottom of the track and basically just rotating around so you can get half on throttle, spool up the turbos and then slam onto the power when you're ready to go. Verstappen clears both of those Toyotas before he's up to the inside of the left that brings you in towards Hoa Act, and so an important little pass there as well to just clear the last little vestiges of traffic before you really commit. Now it's left and right, then left and right, then right, right, left. It just goes back and forth like a never-ending roller coaster right now, and I've got to say, this is the section of the track that I love the most. GT4s, by the way, SB10 category, Omar Akan in the ATRS Aston Martin's directly behind the Pro Sports sim racing car, and it's Aston Martin versus Aston Martin.
It's all changed in SB10, by the way, so this is the battle for 6th place at the moment. As you can see, up in front of them is X-Racer now in 5th place, Hardcore are 4th. Then it's Nürburgring Esports on the bottom step of the provisional podium. Ruben Bonga's only slipped to 2nd despite the success penalty that Marlow have got, and Leipa Esports Yellow are currently leading the race. It's a hugely changed field.
I see Gianni Vecchio, by the way. Not Diogo Pinto, just to clarify, Ewan. Gianni Vecchio.
Oh no!
That's not great. Toyota, Aston Martin come to blow. Is the 3h-Race machine that's stricken has got to watch the rejoin here. And don't get yourself stuck. Oh, he's mounted on one of those high curbs. Is he going to get off here?
Not sure he can. He's beached.
He's not going to get off by himself, that's for sure. He might have needed a helping hand. It's not going to come. And so takes the tow back to pit lane. Slightly unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed. And it's just a shame, really, but it's the Nürburgring. Everyone knows about the curves around here. You really don't want to touch them for the most part, and that's exactly why. You certainly don't want to end up on them like that.
I've done that before, leading an iRacing VLN race before. I can tell you I've never felt so sheepish. I can only imagine how Omar Akin feels. Unfortunate for him as well, because he was initially fine, and then in trying to spin it around and rejoin, wisely got back onto the brakes, but in doing so in an just unfortunate position. Gianni Vecchio, by the way, does have a new nickname that we're going to have to slip in here and there onto our broadcast moving forward. Johnny wants us to call his teammate Chris Lullum Silly Lully. He wants us to call his teammate Max Verstappen Maximus Tostappen, as Sindre Setsource heads down to pit lane as expected.
Yeah, what is it with toast and jokes recently? It's always to do with toast.
Vince Cusi somewhere is smiling.
Sadly, we don't like to see that.
Sadly,
but,
yes, I agree.
But sadly, he is smiling, I would imagine. Let's have a look at what happened towards 3h-Race. It was just not giving quite enough space to the VT2 car, unfortunately, and credit to him for being careful on the rejoin, because we always ask that, but don't get beached. And well, there's the price that you pay.
Unfortunate, very unfortunate, but yeah, he was not going anywhere, unfortunately. So Sindre Setsource in, followed in by the second of the Williams Esports Mercedes, as you would assume. So Walter Grother's going to hand over his machine as well, but the rest of the cars electing not to come down to the lane just yet. The Nürburgring Esports number 10 with Gregor Kinski at the wheel has got Holden Motorsports and Frederick Oshman behind. So two driver changes that I think have taken place in those respective camps, and more importantly, cars working their way on forward. Holden Motorsports, for example, are up 13 positions from the start of this one.
They are. A great performance from them so far. Frederick Oshman, who is at the wheel now in the wheel tracks of Nürburgring Esports, who once again have not been so flashy so far, but are once again inside the top 10, and maybe fighting for a top 5 once again. They were 5th in round 1 of the season, against the odds I would argue, but they're there again, and who knows where they could finish by the end of the day. Not far behind them is Carl Janssen, who's just got in behind the wheel of the number 5 Williams car we just saw come in from 2nd place. Now, I generally like Williams' strategy here, actually. I think it's a good one. But this is the problem phase for them. If they end up in a lot of traffic, they're just behind Lippert at the moment. If they end up in a lot of traffic, they'll be in a lot of trouble, and their strategy will fail, basically, if they find themselves in too much traffic.
Johnny Vecchio says that we need to see some of the emotes in the Team Redline Discord, and I'm assuming they are toast related, unfortunately, because now there's omelets on toast jokes going on as Norby Kish around the outside of Michael Basuch in the shortcut. It's not traditionally a passing place, but I think it shows the speed that Norby brings. He's listed as the real world driver, yes, but previous champion of the series and someone that we know. Fast in a truck, yes, and when I'm talking about trucks, the real trucks that go racing, not the trucks that they have in America with the F-150s and such. Those are fake trucks compared to the ones that Norby Kish goes and competes with on a regular basis. And he's raced around the Nürburgring, albeit not the Nordschleife. Can you, Ewan, new challenge, fastest lap in one of those trucks?
Well, would you make it? Would it be a DNF, I reckon, the fastest lap? I can manage anyway.
Maybe for you or me, but you remember how Sabine Schmidt all those years ago took a Ford Transit van and just lapped it endlessly for Top Gear?
That is true. Although, yeah, I guess a truck is maybe a bit bigger, but I guess the principle's the same, isn't it? And it's probably been done. Would they? Well, yeah, it's a crazy thought. It may not happen, but that's what sim racing's for. You can try it out or something somewhere, because it's probably quite difficult. I'm not sure I really want to.
So is the question, by the way, where's Mark or where is a Mario? Because he's got the Mario cap behind him, and Mark Henrique, someone that we usually would see in race control, but we're seeing him behind the wheel of the Nürburgring Esports 111 in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy category. Not just got that Mario hat behind him, he's got some cool art and a helmet as well. Now, one of the pieces of art is definitely of a race car. The other one might also be of a race car, but a much more abstract interpretation of one.
It looks to me like a loading a cargo ship more than a race car, actually, in the background. But I've got no idea. Should have tried to get him to put the hat on the straight there, but I bet he's not listening. But anyway,
the hat on. Look at you.
Yeah, but well, it's too late now, isn't it? He's into the tear garden. No hands off the wheel at this point, I would argue. It's a very difficult part of the track, but yeah, he can reach there, put the hat on, why not?
It's never too late. Never too late to entertain in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, as you can see straightening out the braking zone on the run down into turn number 1. No ABS in these cars, of course, here on iRacing, and even though the Porsche Cup car around the world is delivered with both ABS and traction control, it's just configured differently from series to series. For example, I commentate on the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland, where they have both ABS and traction control. It's just something that does tend to vary just that little bit. So an hour and 42 minutes left to go. SP3T, they've just made their pit stops, and I'm not quite sure how this has worked out in this regard, but Team Hoisingveld lead by 2 seconds from Scherer Esports, who then lead from SimRC by about 3 seconds. That's not how I thought the success penalties were going to play out.
Something's gone wrong here for someone, because Scherer are meant to be 10 seconds ahead of Hoisingveld at this stage, but their pit stop times are pretty identical, or their times in the lane, sorry, are what we should really focus on. They're pretty identical. Although then again, Hoisingveld had about 8 seconds short to actually stop in the box, so maybe that's where it comes from.
Okay, this is a lot of speculation on my side right now, but based on the data that I am seeing, carry the 1, add the dot, 5, 6, 7, infinity, imaginary numbers. I'm not sure if Team Hoisingveld may have served the full length of their penalty, but I could be wrong. I am just going off what I'm seeing on the timing screen in front of me right now. But don't quote me on that. Regardless, what I think it does mean is SP3T, success penalties out the window. We've got to fight to the end.
We do, but that depends really on how quick our SimRC really in comparison to the others, because in the opening of this race, Conta Guides was quite a bit quicker than the others. If he's still quite a bit quicker than the others, he's only 5 seconds behind them right now, and he'll be able to breeze past them. So that's got to be a worry for the others at this stage. I think there's more than enough time for him to get back to the lead and still win this race.
Without a shadow of a doubt, even if it is just a quote-unquote 3-hour race, there's still plenty of time for things to unfold around a track like this one. Talking, by the way, yesterday with Gordy Much, and he was mentioning, talking of SP9 cars, that one thing that we don't necessarily always think about, Ewan, you know, we talked about, I think, last round of the championship, go back to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring in the real world this year, and part of the reason why the Ferrari 296 came out on top was the ability to swap the rear end out very quickly, right, to replace the body, rear body shell without having to disassemble the entire rear part of the car. That is something that you have to think about when you're making a machine, right? How are you going to repair it during the course of the race? But it's even more than that. It's how do you make life simple for mechanics so that they enjoy working on the car? And something Gordy was saying is not only is the new Ferrari 296 a car that all the drivers want to get in, all the amateur drivers are like, you know what, it suits our driving style, we like it, we're comfortable in it, we want to be in it. Not only is that the case, but the mechanics are like, you know what, we want to work on that car too because it's nice and easy. Which is why I think you're going to see a lot of them moving forward in the next couple of years.
Well, I hope so. It's a fantastic looking car, I've got to say, and clearly everyone's speculating about the fact that it looks like a prototype sometimes, rather than a GT car. It seemingly behaves like one as well in that respect, that prototypes, especially bodywork-wise, are a little bit easier to repair, or just replace, I should say, than GT cars generally. But that Ferrari clearly pretty strong in that department, as well as Carl Janssen makes his way through on Lipa Esports and makes an important pass really for their race.
Especially because we do have the AMG Team MSI car in pit lane, and Kevin Ellis Jr. has just rolled off and away. And so how close is it going to be between these two? We knew that it might be. Oh, there you go. Mercedes just exited the front of the shot and out in towards turn 1 for MSI. So Janssen onto the brakes with Kevin Ellis Jr. back onto iRacing for the first time in what legitimately feels like a full 12 months, but into a very familiar position, a fight for the win. I think what I'm going to be most curious to see instantly right off the bat here, Ewan, is what does the pace of Kevin Ellis Jr. stack up against Max Verstappen? Because that's going to be the benchmark that Redline, Verstappen, Van Buren are all kind of basing their decisions off in the final 90 minutes of this race.
Yeah, it's between those three teams really, and that's what we've got to contend with here. It's Verstappen versus Kevin Ellis Jr. versus Carl Janssen. And that'll be Rudy Van Buren taking over from Verstappen, of course, in about 3 laps at the end of this one. So that's what we've still got, what, half an hour probably until Verstappen gets out of that car here this afternoon. That's going to be the real race, though. The tools have been given to Kevin Ellis Jr., though. A good in-lap there for MSI means that Kevin Ellis Jr. is out in 4th place. He's just ahead of Nürburgring Esports and Gregor Szynski there in the number 10 Mercedes. So he's got 19 seconds ahead of him. Clear air, importantly, for the start of his stint.
Important thing just to kind of give you a little bit of a time to bed yourself in as we check in with the 108 Commander Esports car. Oscar Pai has taken over from, Zach Campbell. Zach Campbell now can focus his attention on the second part of the day and racing in the Porsche 963 in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Oscar Pai's behind Tyler Hervius in the WSR Esports team as we look on the roof cam with what is, just to be clear, a Coanda Esports livery. You know how you can tell? Because it's purple and orange.
A classic purple and orange. One of the sim racing's most iconic liveries for one of its most iconic teams as well. Coanda very much in the fight here. By the way, we're focusing back in on Porsche, and I want to sort of clean up the pit stop phase for the Porsche class, because we haven't really done so far. I think in summary, Arjuna, it's turned into a complicated mess because everyone's doing something different. I don't think 2 people are doing the same strategy at the moment. It's bizarre.
That was kind of why I've been avoiding talking about it, because I was waiting until the second cycle of pit stops to get a better sense of where everyone is kind of stacked out. Let's not forget in this class, when it comes to the success penalties, I should say, Scherer Esports with the 30 seconds, Apex Racing Team with the 20 seconds, and Team Redline, Sebastian Job, with the 10 seconds. As it runs right now, it's Scherer in the lead, the 115 though, not the 105, PB Performance in second, and Team Redline in third. Scherer Esports, despite the 30-second penalty, still find themselves in 4th position, but that's partially because they have taken a short pit stop, whereas Michael Gianni's done a full-service pit stop and also taken his 20-second success penalty. So basically, you want to know what the status update is? Don't ask me. I have no idea.
I think that was well explained.
Did you actually learn anything from it, though?
Well,
other than where the cars are?
I'm reading the same screen as you, presumably, so I already kind of had that in my brain too. So maybe it just made sense to me because of that. But yeah, you're right. It's going to be a lot easier to work out at the end of the next stops. So we'll just wait around for that, basically. What you've got to remember for the Porsche class is they're only making 2 stops today. Now we're talking about 3 stops in SB9, but it's only 2 stops for them. So that does make it a little bit simpler. But in short, I reckon Scherer have got a long stop to come. Both of the Scherer cars, that is. I reckon Redline have got a long stop to come, so have PB Performance. But Apex are going to have a short stop to the end. So are both Coandas and Door Esports as well.
That's the move from Hardcore. Jonas Lynn slides past Kevin Krosny. This is not for the win. You've still got Leibert as well as the Mahler teams in front. But it could very well be for a podium spot as Kevin Krosny hard into the wall and the curbs bite once more at Mercedes AMG GT4, looking worse for the wear.
Yep, no front end on that car anymore. I think he'll be able to drive it round to the pit lane, and actually he doesn't seem to be running too slowly either. I think getting passed by the Coanda Porsche, not that you'd know. And they'll get back to the pit lane, which is really going to ruin their day, unfortunately. They'll have to take a fast repair and then a drive-through because of that as well. As SimRC in SP3T make their way to second place.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that's digging into Coanda Bantai for the livery that we see from them. Corentin Gunes indeed is now past John Atkinson Jr. Now, Gunes has not gotten out of the car. It implies that Daniel Sommer is going to do the short stint at the end to finish things off, while Fabian Siegmund's going to hand off to Stefan Scheller. Now, it's not to say that Daniel Sommer is not quick. I just want to make sure I preface this by saying it, but Corentin Gunes is amongst the quickest in the touring car realm. I think that's pretty well established at this point. He's got some teammates that are also of that level. We haven't necessarily seen Daniel be in those cars, though, winning those races. It's been more Kieran Harrison and a couple of other drivers, so looking forward to seeing him. Here's the AMG replay, though, and, well, it's a replay that AMG may not want to see. Loose initially, and then it just never gets collected.
Yeah, it's the inside and outside curbs that have sort of combined there to send the car around. So he's clipped the inside. He's already going on the slide, and as he's sort of hooked up on the outside curb as well, he's got even harder around and into the wall as well. So it's a shame. It's a shame, but it's going to set them back a long way now in this race as a result of that crash.
Front of the field, let's check in with the net race lead, because it is still Max Verstappen that leads on track by 22 seconds. He did a 7:55 at 5:06 last time by. Now, Kevin Ellis Jr. is yet to actually complete a lap itself, but just in terms of the margin, it is 58 seconds up to Verstappen right now, and a pit stop is going on about 60 seconds itself. So as of right now, it's about equal between the two. We'll have to keep an eye on how the margin shifts amongst those two, but those are definitely the major contenders right now. Sami-Matti Trojan is only 23 seconds off the back of Verstappen, you know. He might not be in contention for a win after having to serve a drive-through penalty, but if a drive-through penalty is worth around 22 seconds, Sami-Matti Trojan would have been right there in the sharp end of things.
Absolutely, and that's what Sontag will be ruining, especially the fact that it's carried over. Surely they could have just continued on a little bit to the end of that first race and just served the penalty so they had a clean slate for this one, and then they would have been right up there. You know, that's got to be the real disappointment. I think what they're going to take from this is a good position, you know, a top 5 maybe, and then get into the next round of the season with no success penalty, no penalties to carry over as well, and really go for round 3.
Success penalties going into the final round of the championship might have an impact, a material impact on the point situation and how things play on out. Looking over the shoulder once again of the bright yellow Porsche as the Holden Motorsports car that's up 12 positions gets a good run out of the final corner, but Leipert and Robin Strycek are off to the pit lane and saying, see you later. It's time to get some changes made on that machine. Looking through the field, VT2, by the way, Ewan, it's all broken up. The Toyotas at one point, 4 of them couldn't be split by more than 0.2 of a second. Now they're not closer than 10 seconds between any single one of them.
Yeah, that's what happens, unfortunately, in this series, that the traffic splits them apart, and then the pit stops split them apart further, and success penalties, everything combines, and it means that we don't quite see the racing that we did earlier on, unfortunately. Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing are now leading, but they didn't have such a good round 1, so it's going to turn the championship a little bit on its head.
Just a little bit. Yeah. Early days in the championship, and there are class-specific championships. There's an overall championship as well. Those new to the world of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. In the real world, often the overall champion of the series is not in the fastest GT3 machinery. No, Sindre Setsos, an NLS overall champion, racing in one of the production-based series, because the way the point system works is maybe counterintuitively to those that are more used to Formula 1. The point system's dynamic. You get more points for the number of cars, for having more cars in your class, basically. So in this series, for an example, because we have more SB9 cars than we do in any of the other categories, it is actually the case at Ewan. Reality is the overall winner is likely to potentially be one of the classes with enough cars that you hit the cap at which no more points start to be accumulated, if that makes sense, because I know it's still early in the morning for me.
So, yes, 15 points is the maximum that you can accumulate, and that's if you've got 8 or more cars entered to the season. So that means that all of the classes, apart from VT2, are scoring 15 points, and that means, I believe, that SB3T have actually got the best chances of winning the title here. I think SimRC have got a good chance of winning, if not podiuming, or certainly podiuming every race, if not winning. So I reckon they're in the best shot, actually, of winning the overall title. I don't know who managed it last time, but as you say, it's not always, in fact, it's somewhat rare for the top class to be overall champion. I remember something that used to happen in another series similar to this one that has lots of GT and production racing on at the same time for long periods of time. I think it's a good idea. I think more race series should adopt it, to be honest. An overall championship based on how many cars are involved. It could work for any multi-class series.
There's a drive-through penalty for the 47, which finished on the podium last time out, so that Williams eSports car is going to drop back. I agree. I'm trying to remember who won last year, but I'll be honest in saying that I genuinely cannot remember. I think partially because we didn't emphasize it as much in the broadcast, partially also because there's no real prize money, I think, associated. This time there is, I think, 1,500 euros for the overall top 3, and so, you know, there is a bit more incentive for sure. All classes do have their own individual prize money as well, although the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, the only one where each of the race winners, I believe, are going to get trophies as well. Porsche, if you want to send me a trophy, I'll send you my address as well. Anyway, we're back over to your SP10s, where it's a battle between one car that's been involved in a crash and another car that had to serve a penalty for said crash.
Exactly, and they're back together again, which is quite concerning. Oh, it could be quite concerning. Certainly a bit of bad blood here, maybe, but let's see if it transpires that way. It's certainly bizarre that SB10 has spread out quite so much over those first pit stop phases, but let's see how it develops in the last 90 minutes.
Yeah, remember, they were on a string slightly earlier on, and as Adrenaline Motorsports looks to the inside, there's less than 90 minutes to go in the 3-hour race, the BMW M race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Back on for the final 90 minutes of the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, the BMW M 3-hour race. Our Junior Kanki party here alongside with Ewan O'Leary. It's been fun so far. Fun surely is only beginning. Still one more pit stop to come for most of the drivers, if not 2 in some cases. And of course, there is still some drama for them. Let's talk you through the standings as they are stacked up right now. A lot of the focus on the entry list coming into this one was, of course, the addition of Max Verstappen into that team red line number 50. And after they, unfortunately, DNF'd in the first round of the championship, Rudy Van Buren's been enjoying how things have been going along with Verstappen. Sontech BS competition, AMG Team MSI, the Nürburgring Esports team, AMG Team Williams, Holder, and M&J, the rest of the top 8. And then you get to BS Plus competition, the AMG Team HRT by UOL that finished on the podium last time, but is down in 10th this time out. Pro Sport Sim Racing, the second of the Williams Esports cars, that's just had a drive-through penalty thrown its way. The second officially labeled Apex Racing Team car, the third actual GT3 powered by the Apex Racing label, Coanda Esports by Manti, Leipert Esports, and then WS Racing. All through your top 16. Two more drivers in the class. RC Car Shops Esports, Fastlane by Smilia Esports, 2DNS, Lion GP. Our guest starters today are not getting very far, unfortunately, before Bradley Philpott had to retire that Ferrari, and then Falcon Sim Racing as well. Their Porsche is done, this 3-hour event. In your Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class, Max Verstappen's just punched in a fastest lap of the race that is only a handful of seconds faster than what Sherry Esports have done in that 1:15, such has been the pace of these Cup cars. But success penalties as well as pit stops have really shaken up the running order here. PB Performance, they're up 9 positions a second. Sebastian Joe was spun around. He's back up into third in that Team Redline number 130 on debut in the famed blue and red colors for Sherry Esports' second car, and the one that grabbed the victory last time out is down in 4th position. WSR Esports butt kicker is 5th. Coanda Esports with Oscar Pai directly behind them and closing as well for the Apex Racing team, and then Door Esports round out the rest of the top 8 in class. Coanda's second car, Kramer Racing Esports, Greiker, Avia WNS, Nürburgring Esports and Holder Motorsports will make up the rest of this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. And that's only 2 of the classes that we've got, Ewan, because we've got 3 more still to talk about. Run us down through our SB10s.
Yep, in SB10, which has seen pretty much the same amount as of sort of tactical changes and different classes. Well, we're going to VT2 first, so I'll get through that just first. Oh no, SB10. Let's do that instead. Leipert Esports are leading the way, and look at this leading battle, by the way. Marla Racing Team right behind them. 13 seconds back is Hardcore with Jonas Linz, then it's X-Racer inside the top 4. Pro Sport Sim Racing are back to the top 5 again. Impressive recovery from them ahead of Door Esports, Sontec Racing and Nürburgring Esports inside those top 8 positions. There's big gaps further behind, by the way, in this field. Up to Race and Adrenaline are back together again, as we noted earlier on, in a fight for 9th place ahead of ATRS Esports, who are another 90 seconds back. And at the very back, Frozen Speed by Grid and Go are out of this race, as they were in the first opening laps of this one, unfortunately. But look at that leading battle, Arjuna. It's side by side under the Boomstein Bridge.
And this is what we've been kind of waiting to see, right? If the Marla Racing car was going to be able, even with the success penalty, to just bridge the buffer that they need in the first hour and then kind of establish the separation, and that's exactly what's happened. Leipert will let them through, and you've got to say that 4 seconds faster, almost 4 and a bit seconds faster last time by. Not only are Leipert going to head down to pit lane, but probably going to drop off the back of Ruben Bonga as they trundle their way down, and the klaxon will go off. In your SP3T class, it's all a spec Hyundai Veloster for these drivers, but it's Team Hoisingveld that leads. SimRC only 3 seconds behind them, with Sherry Esports somewhat losing ground after Corentin Gunez in the 830 got past. It was the 3 cars that sit on the podium that finished on the podium 2 weeks ago in the first round of the championship. It seems as though they're going to do so again, and might even do so in the same ordering if SimRC can slide their way back up to the point. Parabit in 4th, Carlar in 5th, and Impulse Pro Sport and the SimRacers.de by Racing 77 at the final of your SP3T contenders. Always fun seeing these cars so reliant on draft and getting broken up and having seen them push with all the traffic breaking it up. And last but not least, you only need 2 to tango in a class. You may only have 5 in this VT2, but they've been 4 wide on occasion, and even though they've broken up now, you always know it could close back up. Wolf Motorsport, Kaufman, the Nürburgring Esports team, the second of the Kaufman Motorsports crew, and then Fastlane by Smilia Esports, the 477, round out the 5 contenders in this class. So that's a look top to bottom at the running order. And now, with Sami Matti Trogan having made his pit stop in the Sontec Racing 22, he's given the car over to Dominic Stabe. It means Max Verstappen is still leading, yes, in the Team Redline machine, but Kevin Ellis Jr. is now second on track, and still, Ewan, 58.5 seconds behind the race leader.
And yeah, we're going to have to start comparing lap times soon. Max Verstappen did a 7:54.6 on the last lap, compared to Kevin Ellis Jr.'s 7:56.1. That's a 1.5 seconds gained by Max Verstappen, although there's still 2 stops remaining for Verstappen Kevin Ellis Jr. only needs to make one more. It will be of mandatory length, of course. Verstappen's final stop will be a short one. And it will just be a splash of 2 laps, probably, when Rudy Van Buren is in the car to take that one to the flag. I don't think that gap is representative of where we are in this race. I think it's a bit closer than the 58 seconds between them suggests.
Yeah, again, a pit stop cycle is about 60 seconds cone to cone, so it's right on the money. Now, Maximus Verstappen, we've only got a few more opportunities to call him that, so Gianni Vecchio, you know where to send the money to my PayPal account, but 7:54.671 last time by. He did punch in his fastest lap of the race last time, so clearly Max is still in the rhythm. I'd be very curious to see how Rudy Van Buren gets along, because we did get a brief glimpse, didn't get the most chance to see him. Remember who came together? It was Eli Seppinen and Rudy Van Buren. So there's a new driver in the AMG Team MSI car, but it's the same two from 2 weeks ago.
And that is could be awkward between the two. We'll see how it pans out between those two. But yeah, it could be an awkward moment when they come together later on in those two cars. And so it'll be interesting to see. I mean, they both could have had really good results actually last time out if they hadn't have collided, of course. And we spoke at the time about how unnecessary the contact was, and it really was. Regardless of who you thought was at fault for the incident, or all of that kind of thing, did either of them need to go side by side down into the foxhole there? The answer, I think, is universally no to that. And so that's the disappointment there, for really, and they'll both be disappointed about that, because look at today. They can both be up there. Both of those cars can be up there fighting for race wins, and they could have been 2 weeks ago.
100%. I think a lot of the stories from 2 weeks ago were what ifs, and hopefully there's a little bit less of that this time. You can see the front end of those cars get some airtime as the lack of downforce is on display as they come over the top of Flugplatz. Gianni Vecchio, by the way, does say that Max Verstappen is his true and real name. He wants to make sure that we say that. So clearly he doesn't want to get in trouble with Max, but Gianni is the one that's often coming up with the nicknames for other drivers. I think it's about time that Gianni Vecchio gets a nickname that isn't Diogo Pinto, Ewan.
Well, that was just an accident. I just misspoke. I didn't misremember, by the way. I did remember that it was Diogo Pinto. I didn't have to go and check anything to remind myself. I really did just misspeak, but it's just a bad mistake to make. So I'm sorry, but I've said it now. So it's
don't apologise to Gianni. He tried to get us to call Max by a nickname, and now he's trying to throw us under the bus.
Well, it's just quite close to Max getting out the car and being able to attack him, I suppose. So I don't know. But clearly he's backtracking now on that.
Yes, no, Max Verstappen not backtracking. Gianni Vecchio is backtracking. Now, Max Verstappen does not have a sim rig on his plane. Don't believe those news reports, but he doesn't need one. He can drive with the controller if he really wants to and still be quicker than you or me. Believe you and me on that one. Now, Verstappen has just come back towards the line and has come into pit lane. So, with 75 minutes or so to go, I'm pretty sure there's going to be 2 more stops coming the way of Team Redline. They aren't trying to gamble on doing an 8-lap stint, as we have seen possible at least from 1 or 2 teams.
Yeah, Norby Kish has been trying to do that for BS Competition, of course, but look at how far they've ended up behind the guys who they're trying to beat already. I don't think it's really working out. This is pretty important for Carl Janssen as well to get ahead of Gregor Kinski, although I'm not entirely sure they'll be able to get out ahead of Redline here. In the slipstream goes Janssen now, and he'll be through here, I would imagine, into the Tiergarten.
Gotta assume so, the way that draft just plays its part. You come back up the hill at the end of the straight, and so it really feeds you just that little bit of an advantage, and it's thousandths between the two of them. Janssen with the nose in front, and Janssen finally in 3rd position next to his name. Max Verstappen is staying in. Max Verstappen has left the pit lane.
Yeah, he's going to do the maximum amount of laps he can before he breaks the rules. Kevin Ellis Jr. is very close to him here, by the way. He's going to be on the outside very soon, and he'll be fresh, of course, on the circuit, up to speed. Verstappen needs to get up to speed very quickly here if he wants to hang on to this lead.
Not necessarily sure I can quite understand what is happening here, to be honest. see if there is more wisdom than maybe I am figuring out from this strategy.
I've got a theory.
But I understand your theory. I just don't think it's the right approach, personally.
Oh, well, okay. Well, we can argue about what's the right approach all day long, but what I think they're doing. How long do you reckon he can go until they're going to actually break the rules here? Right? It's got to be what, 6 laps probably that Van Buren's got to do.
No, he's got to. Ooh, that's a good point. Actually,
it's the minimum. It's the iRacing minimum.
You're
drive
right,
laps
because I was
time.
thinking Van Buren was in as the real driver and therefore had to do.
No, he's not going to do 8. He's got to do 6.
Doesn't have to do 8. Okay. Now there's the wisdom, and well, the lack of wisdom on my part.
Well,
okay. Chat, calm down. Arjuna's wrong. Redline, Max, and Rudy are right.
Well, I think we should bow to them a little bit more in terms of strategic knowledge. Because,
you say that, but most teams don't read rule books, and I know that from personal experience.
Yeah, that is true. I hope they've read this one, because in some series it would be the case where you literally have to do a lap, and that is, that's fine. You've shared the car in that respect, but in this series you've got to abide by the iRacing drive time limits, and there is time. I know we're trying to convert it to laps on some occasions for the real-world drivers, but you've got to abide by the minimum drive time for the drivers.
Well, yeah, it is still a lapse effectively, though, for the minimum drive time. And so I want to clarify what I said then, because, yeah, it was quite confusing. Your real-world driver has got to do 8 laps as a minimum. That's what Max Verstappen has already done. Now, Rudy Van Buren is not classified as a real-world racer for this race. All that he has got to do for this outing is a fair share requirement. So you take the number of laps for this race, we're expecting 23, divided by 2, the number of drivers, you divide it by 4. That means that Rudy Van Buren, hypothetically, only has to do 3 laps on track.
Can't work out what that is in minutes, but yes, you are right. There's what, 22 and a bit? So 3 laps.
No, I said 3 laps because you can't do 2 laps, he has to do 3 laps.
Okay, yeah, I understand. It's easy to work out laps around here, isn't it, really, than do time. Around a normal circuit, you're trying to work out the amount of time that you have to be in there for, but you are correct, be the final 3 laps. So, that would mean Verstappen would be on lap 20, so, yeah, he can do a pretty much full stint here before Van Buren gets into the car. My fear in that case is Van Buren, a little bit, is he handing the car over to Verstappen because Verstappen is quicker, or is he a bit nervous about getting into the car and not entirely sure how he's going to go? I would imagine it's the former.
Rudy Van Buren is very quick.
Yes.
I want to make...
Why is he only doing 3 laps then? Why are they not sharing a bit more?
Well, that's the minimum he has to do. We don't know exactly what he will do, but I assume he is only going to do 3. While Rudy is very quick, Rudy has not necessarily been an iRacing specialist, whereas Max is quick no matter what car, real or virtual, what sim in the virtual world. No matter what, Max is quick, right? But Max is one of these drivers that we've said it time and time again. If for whatever reason he wasn't a multiple-time Formula 1 world champion, if he didn't have a seat on the F1 paddock, he could very seriously be a sim racing driver and be the fastest without a shadow of a doubt. And so maybe they're just thinking, we've got a Max Verstappen that we can use. Let's make the most of him.
Well, exactly. That I feel that's the way it's going as well. Because as I mentioned before, in round 1, Rudy Van Buren wasn't exactly slow. I know there was an incident, we spoke about it at length, but he wasn't slow by any means. It's not because they're fearing Van Buren being in the car, it's because they want to utilise Verstappen, as you say. So that's cleared that up, I think. It's cleared it up for us. Maybe we've confused it for everyone else, but I understand that now. And unfortunately for Kevin Ellis Jr., he wasn't quite able to capitalise on Verstappen coming out the pit lane right in front of him there. He's right behind him still. He's absolutely still there, but he wasn't able to capitalise on the Ferrari coming out right in front of him.
Well, when does Kevin Ellis Jr. have to come back down into pit lane? So, it's about to come to the end of it, coming to the end of his 4th lap, so maybe there's 4 laps including this one, which means, man, I am struggling. It is A, 5:50 in the morning for me, and B, I'm having to do math at 5:50 in the morning. I get the sense Kevin Ellis Jr. is in probably, 40 minutes to go in this race. if Rudy Van Buren needs to do 3 laps, he's probably in around 20 minutes left to go on the clock. So there is a slightly longer pit stop that Kevin Ellis Jr. is still having to account for at the 119. The Apex Racing team gets a stop and hold penalty of 2 seconds. That's a big drama. We'll get back to that in a moment, because let's focus on this battle up towards the front. Maybe Kevin Ellis Jr. here, Ewan, is in a spot where he can save some fuel. And I'm not saying it's going to be a large difference, because again, you're not saving a lap easily here, but it could just be a couple of crucial seconds stationary on pit lane.
Yeah, I think that difference, though, in terms of pit stop time, and that difference in the amount of fuel that they'll have to put in for the end of this race is going to be detrimental to the race for MSI. And really, they're going to have to do a minimum time anyway, because it's one of their mandatory stops that MSI haven't done yet. So Redline, I think, have satisfied that requirement now, but MSI haven't. So that they can't actually really shorten their pit stop by any seconds anyway.
I forget what the exact time was for Elias Sepinen in the first box of the race, but you might be right. I did send Kevin Ellis Jr. a message, by the way. Do you want to know what the response was?
Silence, I'd imagine.
I have no idea what's happening.
He's just here to drive, and that's it.
That is a man that is here with one intention in mind: drive, and drive fast. But maybe also drive to whatever his team manager is telling him in his ear. Up the inside of the Carlar TCR machine, they will cycle onto the Dottinger Hohe. You see Carlar just in front of the Impulse machine in the fight for 5th in class as we jump on board with the Mercedes AMG. I must say, it's great to see that not only are the Apex Racing team continuing their partnership with the Mercedes crew, but they are bringing new sponsors to the front as well. And MSI, you know, a major brand in the world of gaming as a whole. And they're involved in now sim racing as well, and not in a small way, here in the Digitale Nürburgring Endurance Series.
No, we've been talking about that car as an MSI car throughout the day, but it is an Apex ran car, despite that it's not in the name. It's part of the Apex team, and so we'll remember that over the course of the season. Of course, Kevin Ellis Jr. drafted in for round number 2 of the DNLS, and as you say, driving on iRacing for the first time in a little while. It's a very Kev response that was as well, wasn't it? He does often not take a lot of notice on what's going around him, and instead just drive quickly, which I think probably helps him sometimes.
He's calmed down a lot, that's for sure.
I think got older is another way of putting that.
You say got older, but how old do you think Kevin Ellis Jr. is?
22, 23?
I think he's a bit older than that. I don't think he's quite that young. I think he's probably 25, 26. I'll be honest, I don't have his date of birth in front of me at this point. But yeah, he's definitely wised up just a little bit more. He's not setting fires anymore, both literally and metaphorically. He also operates as the team manager behind the scenes for a lot of the Apex Racing team's operations, and so, you know, with taking on a responsibility like that does come a decent amount of maturity, I think, at the same time as well, when you're suddenly now responsible for what people younger than you are doing. Let's not forget the Apex Racing team has relaunched their academy, and as much as they told Lewis and Clay that you're not good enough for us, they are trying to find the next crop of talented sim racers, Ewan.
I reckon Lewis might be a decade or so older. Too old, though, for an academy as well, to be fair.
Well, Jimmy Antunes was in the academy. They're not just looking at age.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I think talent maybe not go for Lewis either.
No, definitely not. That's the main issue.
He's not a bad driver, actually, Lewis, but he wouldn't take sim racing seriously, would he? so
Lewis,
that's
serious. What?
Well, exactly. That's that put to bed. So yeah, it's a great thing. I really like to see these academies sort of develop drivers in the way that we've seen with certain individuals in the past, and hopefully in the future as well. This next crop of drivers who are scarily young can come to the fore, because it does feel like drivers are starting at a better baseline from younger these days.
Exactly. And yes, Lewis has clarified, by the way, that it's not the age that's the disqualifying factor from an academy seat for him. No, it's just the speed, Lewis, just to make sure we're clear there. Lucas Muller's got plenty of speed in the Aston Martin, though, and they finished on the podium last time. They did have success penalties that they had to serve in the first sequence of pit stops, and they're getting a real squeeze there from the ex-racer Mercedes. A mere pixels and inches between the two of them as Ato Hakkilehto tries to compromise Lucas Muller. Can't do enough, though. The Aston Martin is through. Sontek aren't too far off the back of them either. Tatu Sipala with the win last time out, 30 seconds of success penalty, still keeping him inside the top 5. And we've got pit stops underway. The Mahler racing car is into the box from the front of the class, which does imply that you can make it to the end from here. It's going to be an interesting call how long they spend in the box.
I'm not 100% convinced that you can make it. Can they do 8 laps? The
GT4 don't have to do 8 laps because they're slow.
Do you not reckon? Oh, they're probably going to be lapped twice, aren't they, actually? So, yes, their race is probably going to be 21 laps. So you're right. It's they'll probably be fine in that respect, just because of the amount of times that they'll be lapped. So you are right, even though there's quite a lot, the long end of the amount of time remaining, they'll be fine realistically. I agree. So an early stop for Mahler compared to the others, because everyone else is seemingly staying out there. But Ryan Barneveld will be at the wheel, and he's about to exit pit lane pretty shortly.
I will say, by the way, that is not Kevin Ellis Jr. behind the camera right now. It is instead Elias Seppinen, who's gotten out of the MSI machine and instead handed over to Kevo. Another driver, by the way, showing off with their trophies. I'm just saying that this is not very fair. And so again, Porsche, if you want to send me a trophy, for what? For being the best or second best, it can literally read this on the trophy. The best or second best commentator on the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring 2023-2024.
Well,
you see how non-committal that is, right?
It is, yes. Also, you do have a trophy that you put in the background, to be fair, so...
Yes, but I'm not Lewis McLean, so I'm not going to do that.
Oh, well, okay. I mean, yeah, clearly, with racing achievements like some of these guys have got, I absolutely don't blame them for putting their trophies in the background, by the way. Just
what are you talking about? Formula 1 World Championship trophy? We don't need to see that.
Yeah, who wants to see that? No, absolutely, it's great. And right now, that trophy, or the owner of them, is coming under quite a lot of pressure. Kevin Ellis Jr. is stuck with, I should say, Max Verstappen quite well here. I was slightly fearing when they got to the back straight last time, and Ellis Jr. just had to get stuck behind one of the touring cars on the way, and I thought that'll be it now. He's lost the slipstream. He'll struggle from here, but no, he's doing very well to stay in the wheel tracks.
He's doing a great job, I agree. And this is, I think, kind of why Max Verstappen enjoys being part of sim racing so much, as Max appreciates the competition. Max is a driver's driver. He just wants to go fast, and he wants to be racing against other fast drivers. And so, you know, there's that element of sim racing where you get more practice time, there's less restrictions on budgets and whatnot, so it's great to see that, you know, Max really appreciates how quick the rest of his red line team is. I'm sure that Max has talked on many occasions about putting some of his drivers into a GT3 car, and has actually been doing a bit of testing in GT3 machinery over the winter as well. Kevin Ellis Jr. has proved on his day he is very capable of winning, and on most days is going to be up the front, regardless of whether he is right on form or not. And it seems like he is right on form as he continues to put that pressure onto Max. What's the minimum pit stop time again that we're going to see from Kevin, because he hasn't done the 2 mandatory longer pit stops?
I'm not sure what the minimum is, but I'm expecting it to be somewhere around the sort of maximum time you'd expect to see for a GT3 pit stop. And even, to be fair, even in terms of fuel required, this MSI car actually needs quite a lot of fuel anyway compared to Redline.
There's Kevin Ellis Jr. inside of the Apex Racing Team facility in Corby. Yeah, he's got that sim racer look going on. Not much is happening, I'm nice and calm. But behind that cool exterior is a fiery passion, I promise you that. Unfortunately, behind Kevin Ellis Jr. there's no Peter Berringman today. Those that know. Go back and watch Talking Tents going on almost 2 years ago. Peter Berringman, a very, very non-PG distraction. If you're on the fuel-saving mindset, though, which I don't think Kevin is right now. He just seems to be in a spot where he doesn't want to force the issue. I do kind of suspect that if that minimum pit stop time is a real factor that they're worried about, they'd be wanting to try and move their way on forward. The fact that they're not as aggressive implies that maybe less urgency is on their side. But here we go, finally alongside Max Verstappen versus Kevin Ellis Jr. Verstappen's going to back out of it. Verstappen on the brakes. Kevin Ellis Jr., AMG Team MSI, lead the BMW M 3-hour race.
He's a little bit wide through the Tiergarten now. I think it was a slightly better exit from Max Verstappen, and they are going to go across the line almost side by side. Does Verstappen sort of have that in the back of his mind? Is he going to stay behind because of that? In towards turn number 1. Down on the brakes they will go. It's going to have to be a right old lunge from the Team Redline driver, and it's one that he's not willing to take.
Not yet. We know Max Verstappen's willing to take a risk. I think some people in the chat might start arguments about what they think about Max Verstappen's wheel-to-wheel racecraft. All we know is that he's decisive, that is for sure, no matter how you want to judge fairness or not. When Max wants to go for a move, Max is going for a move. In that regard, Kevin Ellis Jr. is the same way. And it's good because they're both drivers that are going to recognize that, you know what, if I leave a door open, the other might go for it, and that's going to be important in the closing stages when we get Rudy Van Buren in as well. It's maybe a bit of a benefit in some ways to Redline to keep Verstappen in as well, because Kevin Ellis Jr. can't look at Verstappen and figure out, okay, that's where Max is maybe quick or slow. Because, you know, when you're in a fight wheel-to-wheel with someone, that little bit of knowledge gives you a lot of understanding as to where you want to make the moves.
Yeah, it does. And but this is it's not going to be the matchup right at the very end. It's going to be a little bit different to that when we get to it, but still a long way off from that. Of course, we've just crossed under an hour to go here at the Nürburgring, and we're sort of in the prelude to this battle that we're going to see for the race win a little bit later on. Don't forget that Carl Jansen's not even that far behind. 6.5 seconds back to the Williams car at the moment as well.
Yeah, but Carl Jansen, someone that drives a truck in a day job, trucking his way to a rather steady performance so far. Not faster than in either of these cars up front just yet, it should be noted. And so I do think Kevin Ellis Jr. is proving that he has not lost a step in his time away from iRacing, competing over on Rennsport in ESL R1. And let's be fair, of the Apex Racing team, he was by far the strongest member over the course of the season. This is Commander Esports, by the way. The 118 is trying to get up the inside, and that's a slight clumsy one, and that's a TCR machine, I think, into the wall.
Where was that? I can't recognise where that was on the circuit. Schrabenschwanz, I guess, just before Stefan Belafes, because that, yeah, looks about right. And that was pretty rude, I've got to say. That you've got to be, when you're we say this many times, when you're the passing car, you've got to be respectful of the slower class. You've got to do it right, and that was not right, unfortunately.
And the other Commander car also has had issues, by the way. They were tagged around by the WSR Esports butt kicker crew in what was a bit of a melee, a 3-4 car class battle, and then with traffic overlapping as well, and so slight misfortune for them. And so Oscar Pai now down in 9th in that Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy category as we watch the SB10s. It's Door Esports that lead with Lucas Muller's Aston Martin punching its way at the front of the field. We're still waiting, of course, for some pit stops in this class. The Mahler Racing team have already done that. Sontec gets passed on X-Racer, so it's Atu Hakaleto that sees Tatu Sipola slip his way on past. I think these two may even have competed in a car together in the previous season of the championship. Are they both coming off to the right side of the track? Yes, they are. Klaxon goes off, and here we go. The final sequence of pit stops. Not just for these drivers, it should be noted. 992 cars, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, they're in as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of working out going on here as regards to this, as Coanda stay out. Both David Williams and Oscar Pai both stay out on this racetrack at the moment for an 8th lap, is it? So, not sure why they have decided to, and nobody else has, but they're still out on the circuit at the moment, and rolling already, from what I can see, is the Apex Racing team, who, have they served only their stop-go, or are they doing their pit stop?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
You do have to serve the stop-goes in a distinct penalty box, which is where I think we end up seeing the lack of pit stop time. So yes, it was a drive-through penalty and more penalties coming in. Let's have a quick chat with one of the drivers though, because you mentioned that Carl Jansen is closing in on the back of the race lead potentially, Ewan, and you're going to chat very quickly with his teammate now, Sindre Setzels.
Yeah, Sindre, welcome in. Good to have you alongside us for this, for a little chat here within the race. How's things going at the number 5 team at the moment for Williams? You're currently in 3rd place. Do you reckon you can catch the top 2 at the moment?
Yeah, I think we're doing all right. I'm kind of interested to see what Redline is thinking here, because they still need to do a driver change, and that's going to take a bit of time. So, yeah, I think we're looking good for P2 at the moment. Just hoping something happens to the leader.
I know we're not at the end of the race yet, so this might be a difficult one to answer, but what do you think has been the strategy that has really prevailed here? Because the way I view it is that you have done something different to what MSI have done, who have done something different to what Redline have done. It's all been very different in the podium places here today. Which one has sort of worked out the best? Are you still sticking by your own strategy in this race?
I think I'm quite happy with our strategy. I think ours and MSI's strategy isn't very different because they went a little bit longer. I think they went a lap longer on the second stint, which was a short one. Otherwise, that's pretty similar. So they're a little bit ahead of us on track, and they're a little bit ahead of us on fuel as well. So I think it's going to be hard to catch up to them. But yeah, I don't really understand what Redline is doing, because I mean they're quick, and I mean they're a lot ahead of everyone on fuel. But I think that final driver change that they need to do is going to take 30 seconds, whilst we have a very short pit stop left at the end. I don't understand. Let's see.
Oh, just lastly, have you got any predictions in that respect of where you're going to finish, or who's going to win this race at the end, or is it too difficult for you to call?
I think it's close between MSI and Redline. I think MSI needs 6 laps of fuel. Redline needs a driver change. That takes about the same time. I think we're a bit off from that. I think we're really just trying to stay ahead of Sontek. And yeah, we'll see. Hopefully the 2 leaders battle it out, and we can pick up the pieces or something.
Absolutely. Sindre, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. It's been great to hear from you. Good luck for the final 52 minutes of the race.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much. Sindre sets us there from the Williams team. I would say not the most optimistic I've ever heard, but still going all right in terms of his aspirations for the race.
Yeah, it did seem like he was cautiously optimistic. Here, by the way, is the incident I mentioned for the other Coanda car, the WSR esports machine, just getting a little bit misjudgment, excuse me, with the traffic in front. And yeah, there's now damage, visible damage to the front, and then clattering over the curb as well. That can't have helped the car. Zach Campbell at one point had that machine up in the podium contention. I definitely don't think that's where they're going to finish, but strategy still has its way to play on out. In that class as well, more than half the class has finished with their final cycle of pit stop. We will give you an update in just a few laps' time when we get a better picture of how the race is going to play out. Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to be in at the end of this lap, I would assume, and then we will get a better sense. As Sindre was saying, though, by the way, the fact that Redline have to do a driver change does mean that basically their pit stop time is not going to be too dissimilar from what Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to do with a longer mandatory pit stop.
Yeah, I didn't quite consider that, actually. That you know, sort of brought it to my attention, actually, that their pit stop time is going to be a lot longer than I was expecting. And, you know, I was previously sort of applauding their strategy for keeping Verstappen in for the longest time and getting Van Buren in for the end. But actually, it does make sense that their driver change is going to take longer than the fuel that they need. Now, does that mean they're going to take tyres with Van Buren and make it take even longer? You know, it really makes it very awkward, and Sindre couldn't work it out. If these drivers are in this race and can't figure out what's going on with the strategy, what chance do we have?
Right, like exactly, if the driver... Well, okay, maybe that's not fair, because the drivers aren't always expected to know the strategies. The question really is, do the strategists know what they're doing?
Well, are the drivers not strategists too? I mean, they're quite involved.
Kind kind of, but at the level of Williams Esports, for example, you've got engineers, you've got spotters, you've got all sorts of things behind the scenes, so the drivers take on less of that burden, less of that responsibility. Ento Benito's got the burden, the responsibility, by the way, of driving a Porsche with a bashed-on in front end. I just noticed that one.
Yeah, I was hearing murmurings of them being involved in some contact at some point, but that looks severe, pretty severe anyway. The way that you see the radiator slightly misaligned, if you like, the bodywork just above it, slightly wonky now. And that's a bit of a problem really for Redline. Not sure if it's taking away from their speed, to be fair, but it's just not really been their day, unfortunately. It's 9th place at the moment. I think they'll be able to overtake WSR Esports butt kicker, but can they go any further than that? It's going to be a long chase if they are going to.
Yeah, it is going to be. Here's battle for 3rd in your SB10s again in the Aston Martin battle. 50 minutes left on the clock. All right, so Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Let's cycle back to that one. Door Esports Coanda. Those are the 2 teams still yet to pit. Okay, and Michael Gianni. Michael Gianni is also yet, I think, to make his final pit stop sequence. He has done his drive-through penalty. So it's Scherrer's 115 that leads. They have a 15-second advantage over PB Performance, and then 6 seconds to the 105, the sister car. Door, Coanda, and Apex still yet to pit. I don't necessarily know where they're going to stack up in consideration. My assumption is going to be that Door is the only one with a chance of potentially springing a surprise for us.
Yeah, although I think Door will be quite a long way behind Scherer as well, actually. At the end of that pit stop cycle, I think it's going to be difficult for them to get anywhere near. Really, I think Scherer have played a blinder again for the 2nd round in a row. I think they've absolutely nailed the strategy. They've got a handle on this car and the way to drive it and the way to strategize it like no one else has. Not even Redline and Coanda can compete with them at the moment, and it is remarkable to see.
Lots of people, by the way, talking away in the chats about strategists. At least you don't have the race bot strategist. Just noted on my screen that someone's towed back to the pit lane. Who was that? Oh, goodness, it's drama for the 105.
Ah.
Right as I was saying that Scherer Esports, after winning the previous round, looked like they might have a good result. The odd thing here as well is they pull to the side of the track and they just tow the car. There's no crash. It almost looks like it didn't get fuel put into it.
Or was it running out of fuel just before? I mean, that would be a tremendous surprise if they have underfueled and forgot to fuel it, and run out of fuel out on the circuit. Surely if they didn't fuel it correctly either, they would pull it at the end of the Grand Prix out and realise after their stop.
Maybe they didn't realise. Whatever the case may be, this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class has been absolutely bonkers, and making his debut for Team Redline today, Sebastian Job, who's got plenty of experience with this combo as the Porsche Esports Super Cup champion a couple of years ago. What was it like in an endurance setting, Sebastian? That first stint seemed pretty interesting for you.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty depressing stint. We got wiped out on, I think, the 2nd lap. It looked pretty intentional, to be honest, so it was quite a nasty one. The guy just accelerated into the back of us in the middle of a corner, and then kind of worked our way up. We're fighting for, well, I was gaining on the top 2 actually, and I think I would have caught P2 by the end of the stint, so it was looking really good. And then we've got wiped out again and by GT4, and now we have very severe damage, so it's a very tricky final stint for Enzo, which is a shame because I was quite enjoying it. Catching back up to the leaders, and we really nailed the strategy. We put in a lot of work to get it right, and it's just frustrating to see it all taken away.
Enzo makes a good move past the WSR Esports butt kicker car. Does run a little bit deep down through turn 1, but might still have the opportunity to get back alongside. I was kind of wondering, Seb, what was the last endurance race that you've done? Because it feels like it's been a lot of sprint racing for you recently.
Yeah, it's must be a few years, I think. I think maybe the Sebring 12 Hours a couple years ago, where I think we won it. Yeah, might have been that. I actually really enjoy endurance racing, but there's no like, I've always ended up just racing in sprint series because those have been the more common ones, and those have been the biggest series. So I would love for more endurance stuff. And also, it's we were a bit limited on drivers in Red Bull on the iRacing side. So it's, you know, you don't want to do a 24-hour race of 2 drivers if you can avoid it. So it's nice that now we're with Redline, we have a lot more drivers at our disposal, so we can team up like this and do a lot more endurance racing.
And there are people that don't enjoy sleep that are saying 2 drivers for 24 hours, sign me up. But you mentioned, of course, the partnership with Redline. You've been doing plenty of stuff with them as well, I know, from behind the scenes. How's it been going for you, you know, from the perspective of Oracle Red Bull sim racing moving forward into 2024? It does seem like a really exciting partnership given the level of talent that both sides bring to the table.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. So far, I've been extremely impressed of the level of like infrastructure and yeah, like the structure around everything is something that I've got to get used to. Very in-depth, in detail with all the testing, but it's great to just have more people to bounce ideas off of and more knowledge, because, you know, the more people you have, the more people that have tested stuff out. Like, I can probably drive any random car right now and someone's probably aware of what I need to do to be able to be on pace. So it's great to be in that environment, and I think so far it's been really exciting. We just had some horrible luck today, and I mean, it was also a bit of a last minute decision to race, so that's not helped us.
Hopefully a few less last-minute call-ups moving forward, and maybe we'll see you back here with Enzo in the future rounds of the championship. Seb, thanks for taking the time to come and chat with us. Best of luck for the rest of 2023, and I can't wait to see what's in store for you, for Red Bull and for Redline in 2024.
Cheers, man. Appreciate it.
Always great to chat to Sebastian Job as he returns to endurance racing. I think the last time he did an endurance race, if it's the one that I'm thinking about, was the last time and the only time I did a top split iRacing special event. So that was many years ago, but it's beside the point. Pit stop's underway. Kevin Ellis Jr. is in, up on the jacks, I believe, as well, and getting the tires and fuel that he needs to get to the end.
And Zontech Racing following them in as well. Not that that really matters for the overall win in this race. Ibrahim Khan is next for BS Competition. Doesn't look like they're going for the 2-stop strategy anymore. Probably a good call for them, really. Where is Carl Janssen in the Williams car? I don't think he's anywhere close enough at the moment to get Kevin Ellis Jr., who's already rolling, and he's making his way back out onto the circuit. 34.8 seconds in the box. We're expecting Redline stop to be almost exactly 30 seconds if we are not going crazy. So that's pretty well matched. Kevin Ellis Jr. losing about 4 seconds, you would expect, in those stops in that case.
So, the marker's been laid down, and now Verstappen's going to give us a bit of a sense. I will tell you, by the way, that there's not... Scherer Esport are not the only Porsche Cup car that have had to pull to the side of the track and take a tow back to pit lane. Scherer are back out. I will point this one out, with the same driver that had run out of fuel, or I suspect had run out of fuel, had crawled to a halt. Door Esports have just done the same. Jonas Wanner has crawled to a stop, and I'm suspecting there's some issues behind the scenes. We'll try and get some updates on that, but that's a bit of a moot point, all things considered, as we're in the final hour of this race. SP3T, SimRC have just come into the pit lane for the final time today, so Corentin Gunes is going to finish up the driving responsibilities. Where are they going to fare out now compared to Team Huizinveld in the mix?
It's hard to tell, really, at the moment, because they're all on different strategies now. Well, I say all of them. They're mostly on doing something a little bit different at this stage, so it is hard to tell. But I do think Huizinveld will end up ahead by the looks of things, unless this is a bit of a shorter stop from SimRC, and it looks like it is. It's a slightly shorter time in the lane for SimRC. Corentin Guines 4 seconds less time in the lane, and that only extends their gap to Huizinveld, and it looks like we're still waiting for Scherer to come in. SimRC might be on their way to another win.
And Corentin Gunes, I've just noted on my timing screen, is doing this race solo, so he's not handing that car over to anyone, and so he's got a 7-second advantage. Are you really going to sit here and tell me, Ewan, that Corentin Gunes isn't going to hold on to a 7-second lead with 40 minutes to go?
I don't think many people will bet against that, put it that way.
Yeah, those odds aren't great. We're just going to go back, by the way, to the story of Redline and what they're doing with drivers, because there's, I think, some confusion as to how the race is going to work. So Max Verstappen is classed as the real driver. He has to do 8 laps. That is the requirement by the organizers for the real driver. Rudy Van Buren technically just has to fulfill the minimum drive time. That's an iRacing required drive time, which effectively is 3 laps. We can go beyond the top of the hour. So for example, if we cross the line with 2 minutes to go, there will still be 1 more lap after that to complete. And so Rudy Van Buren, in effect, has to just get into the car with about 20 minutes left to go, 25 minutes to go, and he'll be good to do the 3 laps, right, Ewan?
Yes, and he can get in realistically with 17 minutes to go and still do the 3 laps, although it'd be a bit nervy. He could still do that, but it just really matters when there's 3 laps to go and when that's when he'll get in the car, really. It's as simple as that. Both drivers have got to fulfill the iRacing requirement. Only Verstappen has to fulfill the minimum 8 laps.
Exactly, and so that's where the clarification has come. We got confused ourselves. Rudy Van Buren last time was the real driver, and so we apologize for the confusion, but with 40 minutes left to go, there's no confusion. It's a straight fight to the end of this BMW M 3-hour race, the run to the checkered flag, coming up next.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Welcome back to the Green Hell for the final 37 minutes of round 2 in the 2023-2024 Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and the final race as well in 2023. A fight for third effectively, I should say, in your SP10 class. As Sontec and the Door machines are battling it out directly behind the Pro Sport 175. But what an intriguing race it has been, and hopefully the end will be just as interesting. Arjuna Kenki Party alongside with Ewan O'Leary for all of the action. And if you missed the previous 2 and a bit hours, let's give you a rundown of how they stack up right now. And let's start in the SP9 category. We have 20 GT3 cars that took to the green. It's Team Redline, it's Max Verstappen that leads by 50 seconds from BS Plus competition. But that's because they still owe us a pit stop. Verstappen will jump out, Rudy Van Buren will get in. He will be up against Kevin Ellis Jr. in the AMG Team MSI. Number 49, that is about 55 seconds off of the back of your leader. Then it's the Nürburgring Esports crew, AMG Team Williams Esports, Sontec Racing, BS Plus competition. The race winners from 2 weeks ago, down in 7th at the time, with AMG Team HRT by UOL, M&J Downforce, and the Pro Sport Sim Racing team, rounding out the top 10 in the SP9s. We have been trying to figure out what's been happening in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Ewan, can you try and sum it all up?
Well, I'll try, yes. Cherry Sport Cup 2 leading the way with Fabian Hofstadter. They've got 19 seconds over PB Performance. Now, both of those teams went for their short stops early on. Neither of them had any success penalty, and their slightly longer stop through this second pit stop phase has meant that they've still been able to retain the lead. Now, Apex Racing Team are still third, and they're only 24 seconds off the lead at the moment. We certainly believe, Arjuna, me and you believe that they could have been up there right with Cherry if they hadn't have had that penalty not so long ago. They had a 2-second stop and hold for being short on their success stop, which means they didn't serve their success penalty at the first pit stop quite correctly by 2 seconds, or certainly more than 1 second, and that meant that they had a 2-second stop and hold to serve. That's put them back to a battle for third now, which is currently ongoing on your screen, with Coanda Esports, who I also believe could have been up there had they not had their problems today.
I'll be honest, I had missed why the Apex Racing team had gotten a penalty. And it's not just the 2 seconds that they're sat there that's the problem, right? It's the 22 seconds that they're trundling down pit lane. So, yeah, I
it
think
matches up, doesn't it? It matches up with the 24 seconds they're behind.
Without a shadow of a doubt, I think Michael Johnny is going to be somewhat kicking himself because he's doing this race by himself. Unfortunately, there's no one else to blame. And I mean that in the best and the worst ways, right? In that, A, he's going to have no one else to blame. But B, also, maybe there could have been, I don't mean to throw the Apex Racing team under the bus here, maybe there should have been someone timing the penalty serve for Michael and telling him, Michael, don't go just yet, you're only at 18-second kind of thing. Because 1.4 seconds of a margin is quite big. Last season, to put it in context, we had a car that had another penalty for not serving their success penalty because they had missed it by about a 1/10 of a second, Ewan. So 1.4 seconds is a mistake in comparison to a 1/10 of a second, which seems like an accident.
Yeah, that's understandable, 0.1, because you're trying to get as close as possible to your success penalty, and you've just got it slightly wrong. That's understandable, but missing it by 1.4 is quite a substantial amount. And it's not like they don't know the length of the penalty. No, it's not like they thought it was 18 seconds. Of course it isn't. It's 20 or whatever it was for the Apex team. So it's a bizarre one. But maybe the fact that he's on his own has not sort of helped with that. I would imagine there is someone with him, at least not driving with him, of course, but surely there's someone talking to him, maybe?
Let's see. They're all in... we can all actually see who's directly with them actually right now, so... If I scroll my attention down the Apex Racing team, I don't see anyone with him in this voice channel. It does not mean that he doesn't have some company elsewhere, potentially, because that is a very real possibility. Hardcore, by the way, slight driver change for them, and their goal last time out was to not finish last. They succeeded in their goal. Now they're up in 6th position and continuing just to build on the performance from the opening round of the season. That's kind of what you need to do in a championship like this, given the swings and roundabouts that we do somewhat tend to see. Andy Goulden, the head driving instructor at the Nürburgring, is back into the number 10 machine. He's got Maximilian Kugler behind, who in the M&J Downforce car has had a penalty to serve in this race. How many penalties have we even had today? We should probably go through and count that.
There's been a lot of penalties. Tell you how many stewards' decisions there's been. We just had a 44th. There's going to be no further action between the Kramer Racing Esport and Avia W&S E-Motorsport cars, I should say. They're both in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class. They made contact in a battle that has been called a racing incident by race control. That's their 44th decision they've had to make today.
Ricardo Edelman says that he's got a nickname for Arjuna that he wants to throw into the chat. It's not something we can say on broadcast, I can promise you that. Ewan, what are some of your nicknames? You got Wan, the Northerner, Ewan Opavy.
I don't want Sebring repaved, by the way, for those that don't know. I know people are probably listening who've never heard me before, so I just want to put
you sound like Lewis McLean.
Yeah, well, yeah, I understand. It's a mistake easily made. I look like him as well.
Apparently, you're as tall as him.
No, that's certainly not true.
Sorry, that was shot below the belt.
Yeah, especially since you're patting everyone else on the head, because.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I think 3's enough.
Vince Cusi, by the way, has jumped in to jump in as well with the UNO Pavy. We still have not figured out quite why so many jokes in sim racing are centered around toast. I think I have actually just figured it out though, Ewan. You know why?
Right.
Sim racers aren't very capable of doing chores and things for themselves, right? You know what's very easy to make and eat by yourself?
Yeah, well, toast.
Wet toast.
Yeah, well, you could leave the wet part out. But what about dry toast?
Dry toast would be better, but
Yeah.
wet toast is apparently all the rage in sim racing nowadays, you know?
It is, yeah, for some reason.
For some reason. I mean, I blame Vince Cusi for that one.
I think he's got to take a lot of responsibility for it, yeah.
He's, yes, no, he is definitely happy to take responsibility for it. Previous race winner, by the way, in the SB9 category, BS competition, 30-second success penalty. They find themselves, I know technically we're still waiting for Verstappen to pit. So if you look to Kevin Ellis Jr., they're only about 20 seconds, 30 seconds off the back of the net race lead. Let's not forget that Norby Kish span on the opening lap. So I feel like BS competition, they're not going to be smiling necessarily about the race, but they won't be too disappointed potentially.
No, they're without doubt title contenders, in my opinion. The Mercedes part of their team, that is. I just don't think the BMW side are going to have enough. Jen Conright's got back at the wheel of the BMW, by the way, in a slightly left field call, but the number 9 car also had success penalty to serve as well as that spin, and they're still 6th. You know, that's going to be a decent point haul for them at the end of the day. Another 3 points to add to the 15 that they got in the opening round. They'll be on 18. They'll be right up there with the rest of them, because not many of the others who did well last time are doing so well again now. It's the sort of legacy of the success penalty and all of that kind of thing. It's going to stay very close to the end, as we know.
So I think Max Verstappen, by the way, has maybe one more lap after the one that he's on before he is due down on pit lane. That's based on the lap count, not on the time on the clock. Just a reminder, it's 3 laps. The 3 laps can be complete after the clock strikes 0. That's going to be a bold move, all things considered, from Jimmy Antunes to get things done on the exit of the Moot Curva, on the run-up in towards the carousel. It's the AMG team, HRT by UOL by ART, yellow and blue machine that slides its way on forward.
Not confusing, but it does make its way through. One of the nice liveries, of course, on the field as well. By the way, I've got to say, big fan of the number 4 car. They, of course, finished 3rd in the opening round of the season as well. So they're also on 8 points, taking another 3 now instead of BS competition, who now will be only taking 2. Those 2 will be close on points at the end of the day, but everybody will be at the end of today's race. It's just a little bit of a shame, really, that the BS competition cars slightly falling back towards the end here. I think they can get to the end of the race, but the end of their race is not quite as strong as their start for them now.
Conditions for this race, they're not necessarily changing too drastically, given that we are racing in the virtual winter. And so for a region that anyway traditionally wouldn't see too much of a large variance in weather over the course of a 4-hour race anyway, in terms of temperature, you might see the rain, of course, but that's a different factor. Yeah, so you build your setup basically and it works for the entire race. It's more about tires and how you're managing that. We mentioned it before though, not ready just yet, but iRacing continues to work on their rain system and what that's going to look like for drivers, for those that are strategizing and trying to understand how the weather's changing as well. All these different components and variables that go into the pot and produce an end result. It's going to be interesting when we get that around a track like this, which is so large, which might have parts of the track raining, parts of the track bone dry. How does that even work all together? It's going to be quite confusing and also fun.
Yeah, I hope it's going to be a good addition, because around this circuit, especially, it's going to be fantastic to see if it, you know, we get a similar situation to what we got in real life at Le Mans this year, for example, where it really was thrashing it down at parts of the circuit and really not at other parts of the circuit. Are we going to have to make those tactical calls where you're either suffering through the dry parts on wet tyres or suffering through the wet parts on dry tyres? It's going to be very exciting to see if that is the case. I hope so, but even without that, so in the more regular racetracks, the rain is going to, you know, change the races and change the way that iRacing races play out generally, because of that threat of rain. Even if it doesn't come, it can change a race. So looking forward to it. We've already got sort of indications of how it might work and so on. And yeah, around this circuit is I think top of everyone's list just to see how it will work.
So watching these drivers, As we get ready to say goodbye to Max Verstappen from the car, he's on to what I think is the final lap of his stint. So Rudy Van Buren will be in next as we check back in with the Toyotas for the first time. Last time we were talking about them, they were all separated by quite a while, and now the 487 Nürburgring Esports car has got the Kaufmann 509 directly behind it, albeit the not insignificant amount of damage to its front end.
Yeah, a bit of a legacy of the battles we've had so far in the race, and maybe explains why this field is in VT2 is a little bit more spaced out than it was in previous laps, because there's a bit of damage to the front of that car, and that might be one of the reasons why we see such big gaps at the moment. It's Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing currently leading the way in this clash, by the way, with Christopher Limprecht. Then it's Maximilian Stromp in the Nürburgring Esports car in second. Then Kaufmann Motorsports third and fourth. Max Noff and Malas Pavlovic. It's Max Noff trying to make his way through at the moment here, as you can see. One of the last remaining battles in VT2 now. And one of the last remaining battles in the field as a whole as well. We've got a close fight for second in SB10 at the moment, with Pro Sport Sim Racing just ahead of Dory Sports and Zontec Racing, all of whom looking for podiums at this stage in the race. But in terms of other battles, that's pretty much it. Enzo Benito's looking for a top 5 at the moment for Team Redline, ahead of Braden Werner. See whether he can get there as well, ahead of WSR Esports Bookkicker in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. There is Enzo Benito in the Team Redline car. Do not confuse this with the SB9 Team Redline car. This is not Max Verstappen's car. This is Enzo Benito in the second fastest class in this race, the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, with its 5 different classes providing the entertainment here this afternoon. Enzo Benito looking to entertain us, maybe with a pass for 5th place here soon.
Just a small little battle that these drivers are enjoying. You see the damage as well. That's where I think the disappointment for Sebastian Job arises from. It's going to be interesting as well now for Redline, given 2 races so far. We've seen 3 different drivers for them, and let's be real, Ewan. I mean, if you're offered Sebastian Job, Enzo Benito or Diogo Pinto, you'd bite your arm off to sign them for your team, let alone have all 3 of them on your team.
Yeah, certainly. That's the strength that Redline have got now. As if they couldn't get any stronger before, they've now been bolstered and are looking even better now in this field. So, or in the sim racing field, if you like. So, they probably do have the strongest team in sim racing at the moment. There were times where they and Coanda were going neck and neck for the strongest team on paper, but I think Redline are winning that battle at the moment.
Yeah, I think what we have also kind of seen over the last few years is that Redline, part of the reason why they hold the position, in my opinion, I think in many positions as the best in sim racing, is their strength across of the platforms. It's not just that they're good on one platform, they're always at the top across of them. And some of their drivers, like Enzo Benito, capable of being on all the platforms at the same time. Oh, that was an aggressive switchback, though. Almost ran himself into the back bumper of the WSR butt kicker machine, but Braden Werner is experienced enough at this track to have gotten out of the throttle at the right point to let Enzo Benito slide on through, albeit not without a little bit of consternation. Draft being fed back, though, now to the trailing of the Porsche Cup cars. The windshield wiper goes off as they run their way down into turn number 1. Benito's got that inside line. Can he avoid overcommitting this time through?
Benito was very aggressive there, but he judged it to perfection. He knew exactly where his car was, and he knew exactly where Werner was. And he makes his way through with a convincing pass in the end, down the inside, and he is now up to 5th place. It sort of makes you wonder what Redline could have done today without their disruptions as well for Sebastian Job earlier on in the race. Even with their success penalty, they could have been up there as well. It's been such a day of what-ifs for everybody apart from Scherer.
And what if the Mahler Racing team weren't allowed to run away with the lead in the SB10 class? Could we have seen more? Pro Sport Sim Racing watches Alex Arana pulls to the outside, and the BMW with the overseas speed blasts past the Aston Martin. It was almost like the Aston Martin was in slow motion there as the BMW made its way on past, but draft plays its part in these GT4 machines. We know it. They are 34 seconds behind Ryan Barneveld. It's the Marlow Racing team with 20 minutes to hold on to the victory. Who will be second? Who will be third? Still a long way to find out.
It was timed to perfection, that pass, really. There's a case where you can go through far too early on that back straight, but Alex Arano was making sure that wouldn't happen to him. Down in towards turn one they go. Jory Sport's even looking for the inside there, but not making their way through either. With just 20 minutes to go, this is a straight fight now for the final 3 laps.
And so as they continue their fight, just keep an eye on the fact that we are about to see the one, the only Max Verstappen bring that red line number 50 in from the lead of the race down to pit lane. And it should be Rudy Van Buren to take over for the final 3 laps. It's been an interesting strategy game, a bit of a gambit being launched out there. How is it going to fare out? Kevin Ellis Jr. is about 55 seconds adrift. It was about 57 seconds the last time Verstappen pulled into pit lane. Will it be a shorter pit stop time this time around? You can see the gap on the screen as it changes. Ellis Jr., full speed commitment right now, and also will have his tires up to temperature and be up to speed when Rudy Van Buren exits into turn number 1.
And that could be a real problem for Van Buren. How would you not like to be him at the moment? Taking over from the 3-time F1 World Champion, cold tyres in towards turn 1, cold mines, and having to hold off the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr. in towards that opening corner of the racetrack. Now finally Verstappen gets out. It's going to be Rudy Van Buren into the car, the world's fastest gamer from a few years ago. 20 seconds the gap at the moment. He needs to get out again pretty quickly and try and hang on to this lead to the flag.
So, driver change takes you about 30 seconds. There we go, there's the roll-off. Kevin Ellis Jr. has just come across the line. It is going to be advantage to red line. Van Buren in front and by about 3 or so seconds. There's Verstappen. This is the most uncomfortable thing for a racing driver. Whether they're a Formula 1 superstar or whether you're a veteran of endurance racing, be it in the sim or in the real world. Watching on as your teammate takes control of the car. Max Verstappen's done 2 hours and 40 minutes, almost perfect. All that Rudy Van Buren's got to do is hold on for 25 minutes.
Seems easy, but it's certainly not going to be. 2.5 seconds the gap at the moment. How long is it going to stay like that? Kevin Ellis Jr., don't forget, took a real challenge to Max Verstappen, who was probably, if not the fastest driver in the SP9 field here today. Now, is Rudy Van Buren going to be on that pace? Is he going to be caught by Kevin Ellis Jr.? How long is it going to take him to get up to speed for these final 3 crucial laps?
I think we're also going to find out pretty quickly. How quick is Rudy Van Buren really? We saw glimpses in round 1. We didn't get to see it very long. He was also in traffic for a lot of the race. This is clean air, race lead, and being hunted down by Kevin Ellis Jr. Now, Rudy Van Buren, to be fair, the title of world's fastest gamer does show that so much experience on that side of things. He's, of course, taken that on, that experience, that win, and propelled himself into other opportunities as a result of that. And so it's great to see that he's continuing to keep his foot in the sim racing world. But now, chalked up behind a Toyota. There's a second loss instantly in the blink of an eye. Nothing he can do there. Nothing really that a driver can ever do. Kevin Ellis Jr. now only 1 second off of the leader and closing in the Mercedes.
Well, yeah, that's the sort of stuff you just got to take your medicine with and stay behind it and make sure you pass it at the very least cleanly. If you rush it and have an accident, then you really are going to be in trouble because you'll have a penalty. So you've got to make sure that that doesn't take place. And Rudy Van Buren did the right thing there, even though the gap has come down a long way. Traffic will ebb and flow. It will get in front of Kevin Ellis Jr. at some point in this race too.
I have always been a driver. I've always been a commentator, to be fair, that's tried to preach. Traffic gives and the traffic takes. Okay, maybe I didn't actually practice that as a driver, but regardless. It's one of those things where it's so easy to get yourself flustered. It is so difficult to stay calm, to stay composed under fire. Rudy Van Buren, by the way, I'm just looking at pit stop times, about 3.5, 4 seconds shorter in the lane than the AMG Team MSI crew. So they obviously had a bit of an advantage there in terms of pit stop time. But I think it also just goes to show that for them, they were limited, again, just by the time it took to swap the driver around. It wasn't necessarily about the fuel or tires, anything like that. Back over with your SP10 class, by the way, still fight for seconds on. Sontec Racing see the Pro Sport Aston Martin sliding a bit wide out of the route curve. Benedict Hitson, that Door Esports machine, is in the fray as well, and it could be the case heading into 2024, where we've only seen 3 teams on the podium in the opening 2 rounds of the championship.
Yeah, that would be great to see for those that have made it, of course. It's going to be a big battle here. I can see these 3 teams staying together to the end, actually. I can't see them getting split apart. That was not good news for Rudy Van Buren. He's been royally caught up behind the VT2 car there, and Kevin Lewis Jr. is right in the wheel tracks.
He's got the chance now to sit in that draft and judge. Where's Van Buren struggling? Is he going to even wait, though? It's a great run as the track kind of press and then falls away from you as you rise over the top of that corner. It's into Bergwerk. Important corner. Ellis Jr. shows his nose in the mirrors. Does he put some pressure onto Van Buren? And both cars clip that inside curve just a little bit, and it slows the momentum of Ellis Jr. slightly. Remember, it's Ferrari versus Mercedes. There's BOP at play as well, but the Mercedes is slightly better in acceleration. The Ferrari might just have the leg at the very top of the rev range, but you've got to reach the top of the rev range, and it's a run uphill in towards Mootkurver, blocking one way then the other. Van Buren's not going to let this one go easily. Contact between the 2 teams once again. More drama between Redline and the Apex Racing team.
That was so close to a huge disaster for both teams there. There was the slightest touch. Van Buren had a bit of a wobble, and he just caught it on the way towards the Mootkurver. He stays ahead. Kevin Ellis Jr. flashes the lights. I don't think he's too pleased. Redline won't be too pleased with him, though. This is going to be an all-time battle between Redline and MSI. 2 teams that collided in round 1. Hopefully they're not going to collide in round 2 as well.
I think that was a little bit of just racing between the 2 teams, if I'm being honest. It's a sequence up towards Bravery that jinks left and right, and it's not really a straight. It's a snake of corners that are somewhat straight at times, and so I think it was just a little bit of hard racing between the 2, but respectful racing, given the history from round 1, to recognize, all right, let's stop the pressure, let's go back and fight a little bit later on. What this does show, though, is A, Rudy Van Buren can absorb all of this pressure. B, Kevin Ellis Jr. does look like he's got the measure of him in terms of pace, though. Pace doesn't necessarily mean you're going to sail your way on through.
How many times have you heard the phrase, catching is one thing, passing is another? This is a prime example of it at the moment. To be honest, I don't think Van Buren has driven badly on this outlap. I think he's just had those 2 moments where he's been caught up in traffic, and it's cost him a second each. And if he only had a 2.5 second gap at the start, then, you know, Kevin Ellis Jr. is now in the slipstream, and he's now being towed along by the Ferrari, and that was especially helpful out of Bergwerk there on the way towards the Mootkurver. Now that he's there, I can't see Kevin Ellis Jr. losing the slipstream unless there's a lot of traffic, and that's going to be a problem for Van Buren. How is he going to hold on here for the final 2 laps?
It's tense right now, isn't it? Oh, goodness. The Mahler Racing team. You were right, you and GT4s, the SP10s, couldn't make it to the end from the moment where I said they could. And so Mahler Racing team have just come into pit lane and dropped to 5th in class. So drama in that category as well. But have to wait and see if anyone else is still going to owe us a pit stop, or if this was just kind of why the strategy had played out the way that it had, because they are only about 10 seconds off the back of Sontec, Door and Pro Sport, who now run 1, 2 and 3. On to the Dottinger Hoa, though. This is the example. Prancing horses versus Mercedes might. Pulling alongside, here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. Draft on his favour, but now up the hill in towards Tiergarten, and on that run into the final corner. Who's going to be brave here? Does Van Buren have the confidence to stick alongside and know that maybe he doesn't have the speed to do it on track, and he's got to force it in the defense? He's not hanging around, and Ellis Jr. knows it's not worth losing out. He backs out for the time being.
It was a near 200 mile an hour game of chicken there, and Rudy Van Buren was more committed. Kevin Ellis Jr. didn't feel trusting that he could keep the car on the road while also getting through on this red line car. He knows as well there's another chance into turn 1, and so he'll have another look here. He will go down the inside. He's later on the brakes. He's got his nose alongside. He's given a lot of room by Rudy Van Buren as well as they head side by side into the Mercedes arena.
Was there contact? I couldn't quite tell. They've left each other room on exit, though, to allow Ellis Jr. to sweep a little bit more momentum. Van Buren's got it, though, on the inside of the corner. I am about as tense as you can get. Remember, the racing is real. The cars might be virtual. Van Buren and Ellis Jr. are going to leave every little bit that they have on the table. And they have 18 seconds now to Carl Janssen and the AMG Team Williams eSports machine behind. It's fair to say these two teams have been the class of the field in this BMW M 3-hour race. Kevin Ellis Jr. not getting a great run onto this short run into the chicane. One bit of traffic to work their way through, and then I think they've got relatively clean air for the first part of the Nordschleife loop.
Where are they going to overtake this BMW, though? That's my concern here. Is it going to be on the way towards the Nordschleife, or is it going to be before the Hatzenbach, you'd imagine? But where are they going to be able to do this? This is a chance for Van Buren to put a car between himself and Kevin Ellis Jr. if he does it in the right place. And he might have the chance to down here. If he can get through before this right-hander, then he can keep Kevin Ellis Jr. behind it. And he will... Oh, he wasn't quite committed enough. It was a brave one, and in the end, it doesn't gain him anything.
I think, to be fair, both parties there, the SB10 and the SB9 cars, recognize it was in both parties' interests to just make it happen, to let the cars go right there. Don't let it hang about. It's around here where you get a crucial run towards Flugplatz. That momentum carried all the way towards Arenberg and Schwaudenkraut. Don't think Van Buren got a great exit down the hill, though. It means as you crest over the top of Flugplatz, as that front end gets light and the front wheels lose contact with the ground, that Ellis Jr. is half a car length away. Don't tell me they're going to do this one in towards Schwaudenkraut at 200 or so plus kilometers an hour, still building up the speed they go. Ellis Jr. says, no, I'm not risking it. We've still got 9 minutes left for me to figure this out.
Well, is there going to be a dive on the brakes, though? You don't often see side-by-side training points, but you can see dives at Arenberg. And look at him there. He's pushing Van Buren around the corner into the scene of the accident where they collided on the way towards the foxhole in round 1. It's Redline versus MSI again. Kevin Ellis Jr. up on the curb, on the outside at Admiral Forest. That would be special. It would be ludicrous. He doesn't go for it there either.
That's not even a move you really want to risk on the final lap of the race, if we're being fair. And Ellis Jr. is doing everything that he can. He flashes the lights, and mental warfare going on right now as well. This is the joy, the glory of the Nordschleife. Tight confines, high speed, and a chess match for the ages right now. Van Buren doesn't force the issue with traffic. Almost a moment as they concertina back up. And now, down in through Kallenhard, Van Buren says it's my time to go.
And he does get a car length at least, maybe half a car length. It's not much. And Kevin Ellis Jr. gets through before the chicane, and so reduces the impact of any loss there. So not bad at driving from the two of them. Van Buren will be right under pressure all over again, though. That was 7th place, by the way, at SB10. They might well grab the leaders one more time here before the end, by the way. The SB10 leaders, who are in a real fight for the win right now, by the way.
Yep, Sontec, Dor and ProSport, as mentioned. Not just them, it could also be X-Racer and Alexei Loma if he continues to close. That was Van Buren clipping that inside curve once again. He is just so aggressive in trying to get onto the power. It's a track where 170 corners, yes, but 20 plus kilometers in and amongst all of those corners. You have to connect them in straights as well. And so it's here as well where your choice of wing settings, are you willing to compromise through the corners to be slippery in a straight line, will make a difference. They went side by side a lap ago. They touched a lap ago on the run up in towards the Muschkurve. How brave is Kevin Ellis Jr. feeling? Does he want to wait for the final lap of this one? Van Buren covers the inside in towards the corner, forces Ellis Jr. the long way around. Don't do this, guys. Don't. It's still alongside, and Ellis Jr. knows that Van Buren is playing the cards that he's been dealt perfectly. And every single time Van Buren is asked to defend, he places that Ferrari exactly where it needs to be.
But I believe it's mainly because the main reason this pass hasn't happened yet is because Kevin Ellis Jr. has decided now's not the time. At what point is the time? When does he decide to strike? When is the move going to be made here? Because he's had chances. He's had half chances, nothing obvious just yet, but he's had chances. And if this were the final lap, how much more committed would he be? Where would the best chance be? And just how would that play out? Because at the moment, Van Buren is almost banking on the fact that Kevin Ellis Jr. backs out of it. There's going to be a point where he just doesn't.
Do you feel the tension? Apparently Kevin Ellis Jr. doesn't right now. Oh, I'd rather be, again, this is what I was saying when Max got out of the car. It's a lot easier to be behind the wheel than it is to be watching and out of control. I've got to say again, you were wondering as to the wisdom of only putting Van Buren in for 3 laps, and I agree. It was a little bit of a gamble, but right now he's showing how it can pay off and how you're meant to drive defensively as well. Like, this is where the real-life experience gets carried over into the sim.
Yeah, he's driving well at the moment, so in terms of defensively. Obviously, there's going to be questions asked about the strategy. I've certainly got a few about Redline's strategy here this afternoon, because I just don't think it was the right one. But now's not the time for questions. I think it's the time for answers. And so far, Van Buren has been able to find the answer to everything that Kevin Ellis Jr. has been posing to him. They're both on the absolute limit. I cannot explain to you how good this is at the moment. This is incredible stuff between these two. Great drivers, great battle, high stakes, wonderful, wonderful racing at the moment, and there's still one more lap to come.
Rudy Van Buren, I'm trying to gauge the level of stress right now. Kevin Ellis Jr. looks very comfortable. Rudy does not, but you would not necessarily tell that from the body language of the car. It still looks composed, if not aggressive and pointed. Out of Galgenkopf, that was a bit wide. Kevin Ellis Jr., you can tell how urgently he wanted to try and get onto the power. But he's out of the draft right now. He's waiting. He is waiting for the final lap of this race.
How's this for a mind game? How's this for a mind game? This is fantastic. Kevin Ellis Jr. weaves, ducks in and out of the slipstream. Is he just trying to time his run here towards the Tirgon? Because he did get alongside very early last time. Or is he waiting for the final lap? It's hard to tell for the moment. It looks like he might well be timing his run.
You know what he's doing is he's testing out when he needs to get back into the draft to try and do this on the final lap, because surely he's not going to try it on the penultimate lap. Ellis Jr. backs out eventually, and now with the cutback, oh, it's audacious! Kevin Ellis Jr. in the AMG Team MSI car is going to get squeezed all the way to the wall, but it's a new race leader. One more lap in the BMW M 3-hour race, the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, and it's Ellis Jr. that's on top, but Rudy Van Buren holds him to the inside on the entry, and now is the one with the cutback. Contact on corner exit. Ellis Jr. is still in front, but we've got 22 plus kilometers still left to go.
Oh, these two now are getting a little bit physical with one another. There was a couple of occasions where they both could have got around, and there's another. Van Buren's through. Can you believe this?
No!
Oh, he's gone. Kevin Ellis Jr.'s around. The battle comes to an end. They'll be talked about afterwards with that one. Redline and MSI have come together again.
It was inevitable. You could somewhat tell it was coming. The question is, what does race control have to say about it? I didn't get a great look from that camera angle. I would be in two minds in the Redline camp. It did look as though Kevin Ellis Jr. was alongside. Would you want to give the margin back up and try and defend again? Only the replay is going to tell us more, and I know our production team behind the scenes are probably working to try and get us that. But another dramatic moment, and this track never stops delivering.
Absolutely not. A great battle, unfortunately, comes to a disappointing end. The gap up to 7 seconds, that'll be it as long as there's no race control interference. Let's have another look at it. Kevin Ellis Jr. goes deep into turn 3. Van Buren comes across on him very aggressively, I've got to say, and he wasn't clear at the time. I'm not convinced that'll be cleared with race control. That could be talked about, and whoever, if there's no penalty, people will be up in arms about it. If there is one, people will be up in arms about it. Different people, of course. It's going to be talked about whatever happens from here.
So are you a Redline fan, or are you a Kevin Ellis Jr. fan, an Apex Racing Team fan? I think that's the question as to how you probably view that one. Yeah, I mean, there was the initial push wide from Van Buren off the corner, and then as they entered into the right-hander, the shutting of the door. Two separate incidents, and there are now a few more things that have just come in. Redline are going to get a drive-through penalty, probably to be added post-race to the time in the 1:30. So that's the, just to clarify, Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy car. Also in that class, PB Performance have got a drive-through penalty, which I think means that Coanda Esports are somehow going to be in second, despite what's been a rough and tumble day for that 108. The other car, though, the 118, is directly behind Mr. Benito.
Yeah, it's a good fight between Redline and Coanda back here, by the way. David Williams trying to find his way into the top 5 at the moment, or trying to find his way back into the top 5 at the moment, having gotten through on Braden Werner not so long ago in the WSR Esports bookkicker car. That's currently running in 7th position in the Porsche category. By the way, in SB10 as well, Sontec Racing have now taken the lead by nearly 4 seconds, so we no longer have a battle for the lead back there either.
Yeah, I think fuel really has been a story there, and we'll get to that in a moment, because let's be real, this is the story. Clock has struck 0, we're on the final lap of the race, and so it was even before, it was, you go all the way back to the final corner, Kevin Ellis Jr. really set that up. Initially, a bit of contact on the exit, and here's where Van Buren really saw his opportunity, cuts back underneath, but there's where the first bit of contact that I think race control's really going to look at will come into play.
That's such a difficult one to call. A very, very tricky one to call indeed. I'm sure it will be looked at, and there will be. It has been noted, but
hey, I'm not race control. I'm staying out of this one.
There was a lot of contact going from both ways there, if you see what I mean. Kevin Ellis Jr. didn't exactly make his case much better by not giving that much space through turn 2. Van Buren was all up on the AstroTurf and almost outside the white lines because of Kevin Ellis Jr. through turn 2, which doesn't help his case, really. And then Van Buren obviously cuts across Kevin Ellis Jr. in towards 4 on the exit of the Mercedes Arena. I don't know which way that one will go. I really don't. There's about a 50-50 chance of either.
I'm staying out of this one because we've got too many people watching, and I have a feeling that the judgments are going to come into 2 buckets. You're either in the Max Verstappen camp, or you're not.
Or you're not.
And quite frankly, I watch that replay and I go, you know, both drivers had their part in that one, is probably the way that I would look at it. I don't know what that would mean for race control. These two, by the way, who are fighting for second in class, I don't know if they're going to get another lap after this, because the race leaders coming up towards they will get another lap. I don't think they're going to get passed by your race leader in the SB9 category, so they will have an extra lap from here to battle, and that's where I was mentioning in the class. I kind of wondered for Sontec if they maybe just put a bit more fuel in that final pit stop and aren't having to save like these drivers are behind.
Yeah, that may well be the case. Although, to be fair, I think it's equally possible that Sontec are just quicker at this point. I think that's a really entire possibility at this stage. So I think Pro Sport and X-Racer maybe just don't have quite the speed of the others. Look at their teammates getting out the way there in the SP3T class, being very helpful as Alexia Loma tries to find his way through, and might well find his way through. He does, to second now.
And there's a warning for the number 50. And I think, yes, that we're going to get a warning for the other car as well, as the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy machine is sliding its way on through. So I think that puts it to bed. No race control intervention on the final lap of this one.
Yeah, and I think that is going to be, oh dear, as Apex and Coanda battle for second place, very viciously hit in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. This is the second place, of course, after PB Performance, by the way, had to serve their drive-through penalty for not satisfying the mandatory pit stop times over the course of today's race. That's what's befallen them over the course. Coanda have held on to second there in towards the north side section. We'll see how that pans out. That'll be a great fight towards the end of this one. But I think that's a warning to both is the right call. The actual contact that spins out Kevin Ellis Jr., I don't think is Van Buren's fault. Now, there certainly should be a warning for the way that Van Buren cuts across Kevin Ellis Jr. before that, towards turn 4. I think there's no doubt about that, at least a warning for that. And I think there's a warning for Kevin Ellis Jr. for doing the same out of turn 2. But you've got to look at the actual contact where Kevin Ellis Jr. spins around. And I don't think Van Buren is at fault for that, even if he is for other parts of the battle.
And regardless, it just means that heading into next year, there's more fuel in the fire between those two camps. And of course, let's not forget, as much as we're going to watch Coanda and Apex, for example, do battle all the way to the end, where they've still got the majority of the lap to go around the Nordschleife. Because the lap is so long, we can focus on their fight and still celebrate our winners individually as they all come across the line. Here, side by side, in towards Schroud and Krautz. Michael Jani has done almost 3 hours by himself. He's not going to push the issue just yet. Backs out of it and still has plenty of time to fight as Oscar Pai goes off the track at Arenberg. But out of the final corner in what has been one of the best races, real or virtual, that the Nordschleife has had to offer. It's Team Redline, it's Rudy Van Buren, it's Max Verstappen, winners of the BMW M 3-hour race, the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series in 2023 and 2024. A valiant effort by the AMG Team MSI, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Elias Seppinen, but ultimately coming up just short in a race with many different strategies that also saw the AMG Team Williams Esports car come across the line in 3rd position. There's Sami Matti Trogan after putting it on pole position. It's 4th for him. What a fun day it's been for some of these teams, having to fight their way back up and down through the field. As mentioned, one by one, we will see the rest of the drivers come to the line, but one driver who is not going to get to the line is Alex Arana in that Sontec racing car, who's run out of fuel, I believe, and returned to pit lane.
Wow, Alex Arana leading SB10 back to pit lane. He must have thought that he was going to get lapped again. He must have thought so. And Marler Racing Team saw it coming. Ryan Barneveld knew that he needed one more lap of fuel, so he came in to get it. And look at him, he's just beaten the race leader to the line. And so just to explain, even though the time has run out, the race leader has got to take the checkered flag before people start taking the end of their race. So Marler will have got over the line with no time remaining, but they have to continue because the race winner hasn't finished yet. And so Ryan Barneveld knew this ages ago. He came in for another lap of fuel, and that's why Marler Racing Team are going to win this race. That's why Alex Arana is still going to finish on the podium, I think, despite the fact he's not going to take the checkered flag.
Yes, 4th place has already crossed the line to finish. Pro Sport and Door Esports had a very fun fight in the closing stages, but we were mentioning that fuel was going to be a factor. And yes, Alex Arana runs out of fuel, is still going to grab 3rd. What a wild and weird twist of events. We'd be quite curious if we can go back over to the Apex Racing Team and watch them along with Team Redline, because even though technically Team Redline have a penalty, I think there is still plenty to fight for here. Yeah, you've got the second Coanda car, WSR Esports butt kicker, and even PB Performance in what is a 4 or 5 car conga line of these Porsche 992s.
Well, I wasn't expecting PB Performance to get involved, but they are. And I think it's partly down to the fact it's just been such a huge fight for second. You saw the amount of... I'm not sure where Apex have picked up all this damage, by the way, but it's making it look quite spectacular in this fight at the moment. They've got Redline right behind them, although they'll drop way. How much do people around Redline know about that at the moment? How much do they know that this Porsche is going to drop away? Then you've got Coanda who are in there as well. WSR Esports Bookkicker have caught up because of the fighting. PB Performance have as well. Coanda Esports are looking to recover and get back to the fight again. Look at the amount of damage on these cars, by the way. Apex versus Redline, damaged cars, skating it in. Last lap of the race for second here.
And yeah, that was nervy. Nervy as I'm pretty sure Benito was properly sideways there. They're going to have a drag race, aren't they? And that Apex car with its damage is going to be a bit of a sitting duck, you'd have to assume.
Yep. It's going to be 3 wide, I would imagine, maybe more, in towards the final corners of the circuit. It's going to be spectacular. It's all going to be behind Sherry Esport, though, who are going to take a spectacular win again.
Yeah, but this time it will be the 115 rather than 105. Let's not forget 105, I think another one of those cars that did have an issue earlier in the race and had to take a tow back to pit lane, maybe after not getting fuel into the car. Wow, so many different storylines to talk our way through, and we haven't missed, by the way, the other winners in the classes. Only Red Line has crossed the line to win a race here in the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Still, everyone else is trying to find their way towards the line. Great run from David Williams, though, behind Enzo Benito in the Stefan Beloff S's, and as they close on one of the Toyotas, it causes that concertina. Unfortunately, they all just about hold on.
Apex will be second as a result of that, I would imagine. That gap surely is going to be enough now, just about. Enzo Benito is going to have a lot of defending to do. And I think, to be honest, David Williams will have wanted to go through on Benito there in towards Schraubitschratz, but he knew that if he was going to go for that, then he just wouldn't have been able to go for second, which he's still hoping for.
Here comes the winner in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. It's Fabian Hochstadter. It's 2 for 2 for Scherer Esports, but this time it's the 1:15. They'll have 30 seconds of success penalty in 2024 to kick off the new year, but a win as well. Much to be delighted about. Here comes the run. It's 2 by 2. It's Benito alongside with Williams. It's Osterman alongside with Werner. We know that Benito's going to drop back anyway. Williams has gotten on through in the purple and orange entry. Behind them, PB Performance. Even a drive-through penalty can't stop them from a top 5 finish, it would seem. Oh, look at how close they are. 3 hours of racing, and it's tenths, it's hundredths of a second. That splits some of these drivers in what is, in my opinion, the most unique and interesting class of them all in this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. It is the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. We thank Porsche for making this possible in the virtual world, and that is a shot that hopefully we will remember in 2024 and see plenty more of. We'll have a long wait now until we get those final winners across the line. I think we might have unfortunately missed the VT2 winner, so congratulations to Wolf Motorsports, the 515 winners in their Toyota GR86. Here come Sim RC in the SP3T class, and then Mahler Racing Team, of course, still yet to come. But even driving by himself, even a 30-second success penalty, Ewan couldn't stop Corentin Gunes from grabbing the win.
I'm not sure many things can stop him from taking the win. He's a remarkable driver. Sim RC, a remarkable team when it comes to SP3T competition. They will be the overall championship leaders, by the way, at the end of today. The only team to have taken a double race win so far this season.
Double victory indeed, and championship lead extending therefore for Sim RC. It is going to be Team Hoisingveld and Scherer second and third, so 1, 2, and 3 as they finished in round 1 in the SP3T class, but ultimately still a long way to go in the next year for our champions are crowned. There's Sven Winter in the 816, who did hold relatively closely at times to Team Hoisingveld, but unfortunately in the closing stages just dropped back that little bit too much. And well, as the final cars continue to work their way to the line, Mahler Racing Team, if you're curious, still not even onto the Dottinger Hoa yet. That is the mark of how long we're having to wait for them. But yeah, GT4, SP10 slightly caught out, all things considered, with that fuel numbers. And so only Mahler Racing Team and X-Racer are technically going to see the checkered flag on the leading lap.
Technically, yes. Well, are Sontec going to be scored on that lap or not? Because they've completed it, but they didn't start the next lap, so they will be third. But how does that mean they're classified?
They'll still be third.
Yeah, but does it mean they're on their lap or not, the lead lap or not?
Okay. Well, that's a moot point at the end of the day.
Well, true, but...
Yeah, I think the way that it will be scored is... that is a good point. I don't know how iRacing does it. I should, but I don't. Here's the second Scherer car, the winners from a couple of weeks ago, 13th for them, unfortunately. And again, just a reminder, they did have an issue. That wasn't just due to on-track stuff. There was something behind the scenes that may have caused that as well. Finally, though, the Mahler Racing Team's going to come out of the final corner. And after the bonga drum started things off, it's the Dutch driver Ryan Barneveld that is going to come around to the line and see the checkered flag as the Mahler Racing Team, as BS Competition, win in their Mercedes. It does feel a little bit weird to say BS Competition Mercedes. They're quick no matter what they do, it turns out.
They certainly are. A great presence of mind from Mahler Racing Team to make that switch so late on. Come in for one extra lap of fuel, knowing that we're not going to get lapped here quite enough times. So they came into the pit lane made absolutely sure that they had enough fuel on board and able to take the race win as a result. Got a feel for Sontec in some ways. They looked like they were on course for a double race win as well, but instead it goes to Mahler, and a deserving victory for them, purely because of that strategic call towards the end.
It's a good one, wasn't it? They saw it coming. So did Alexia Lomo, or at least saw it enough to put himself in a decent spot, and so they come across the line in second, and that is, I believe, the field across the line. Such is the length of the lap and how the races work that we are at the point where when the leader crosses the line, we still have to wait almost about 15-20 minutes to get to the end. Let's quickly just run you down through then the race results for all 5 of our classes here in the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, the BMW M 3-hour race. And 3 hours of action certainly felt like a lot more was packed into there than you might have normally been able to get. But Team Redline, your winners, Verstappen and Rudy Van Buren, doing enough to hold a 5-second margin at the end over Elias Sepinen and Kevin Ellis Jr., while the Williams Esports team down in 3rd position with Carl Janssen and Sindre Setsos behind the wheel. Sontec Racing put it on pole, but their margin to your leader, 22.76 seconds, is the exact time a drive-through penalty is worth. That was carried over from the previous round. They are going to be contenders in 2024. The BS Plus competition BMW finishes in 5th position with Ibrahim Khan and Jaden Conwright, while the AMG team HRT by UOL, Jimmy Antunes and Lucy Treffs, 6th for them. Belitiotis Tregurtha for the second of the Williams cars, the one that finished on the podium last time out, 7th for the pairing, while the winners from round number 1, Norby Kish and Lucas Herman, could only get to 8th, unfortunately, after a spin on the opening laps for them and contact with some of their other competitors. Then in the rest of what was the biggest of our classes here today, 20 took the green, not all of them unfortunately seeing the checkered flag, but if you go down to the 9th position in the class, it is Leipert Esports in that number 25 machine that were able to work their way up a handful of positions, as did the Nürburgring Esports team, the number 10 machine finishing in the 10th position, as it were. Holder Motorsports in 11th, with the AMG team Apex Racing team number 48. One that we didn't talk about much today. Again, you are required to have a real driver in the SP9 category. Neither Zach Radare White or Maxence Godino are real world drivers. 60-second penalty as a result of that to be served. It dropped them down the timing order, as did penalties for the likes of M&J Downforce. While Pro Sport Sim Racing, 14th for them. WS Racing, 15th. While Coanda Esports My Mantai, a bit of a wretched day for Elvis Rankin on debut for Coanda. He'll be hoping the next round goes a little bit better with Fastlane by Smilia, RC Car Shops, the guest starter Line GP Fenster, and then the Falcon Sim Racing team rounding out the 20 of the SP9s that we had to talk about here today. And those GT3s definitely did put on a bit of a showcase. Scherer Esports in the 115, winners in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and of course 2 for 2, albeit with the 105 winning a couple of weeks ago, 115 this week. 119 of Michael Yanni. Oh, penalty couldn't stop him. Driving by himself couldn't stop him. 2nd for him, although he could have been a race-winning contender if things had played out differently. Coanda 3rd, but with the 118, not maybe the one that people would have expected to see up towards the front. PB Performance, WSI Esports, Butt Kicker, Greica Motorsports, the Kramer Racing Esports team, and Avia W&S Motorsports rounding out the top 8 in the class. And in this class, we only had 14 starters. Most of them did see the finish. Team Redline, Coanda, the Nürburgring Esports 111, and then Holder Motorsports, the Scherer Esports 105, which did complete the race and finish on the lead lap even after losing almost 4 minutes at one point. Door Esports 1 lap down for Tim Yarshell and for Jonas Wanner in the 121. So that's 2 classes down. Still got 3 more to work our way on through. Let's talk about SP10s, GT4s, and a class where, let's be real, it all went out the window in the closing stages with strategy. Sontec are technically classed as finishing 1 lap down, but they were leading at the time of the white flag, but they didn't have enough fuel. It's the Mahler Racing team and X-Racer that did just enough to be able to grab 1st and 2nd steps on the podium. Sontec, we'll know, they're still quick. They've still got championship hopes in their mind, but maybe strategy is something they need to work out just a little bit more. Rest of the names, Pro Sport Door, Leipert, Hardcore, Adrenaline, Nürburgring, ATRS, and the Up 2 Race and Frozen Speed by Grid and Go teams. Frozen speed by Grid and Go, technical issues for Gabriel Streitmatter. Expect them to be big contenders for wins, if not championships, in 2024. SP3T, they're all in the Hyundai Veloster, and so SimRC 7.5 seconds clear of Team Hoisingveld, even with the success penalty. And then in front of Scherer Esports 1, 2, and 3 as they finished a couple of weeks ago. And then Impulse Racing by GTU, Parabit Sim Racing's 824, the Pro Sport Sim Racing 817, a team that has entries in almost all of our classes, Carlar, and then SimRacers.de by Racing 77. Didn't see too much of these SP3Ts today, to be fair, but they all got broken up really quickly. And SimRC, that familiar yellow and black, the Bumblebee livery, out on top once again. And then VT2, the Toyota GR86s. We saw some great fighting, but it was Wolf Motorsports and the Nürburgring Esports team that ran away about halfway through, and the two Kaufman cars, the 499 in front of the 509 third and fourth positions for them, and fast lane by Smilia Esports, 1 minute 50 back, and still on the lead lap, though. So look top to bottom at the race results, and Ewan, as I look at that, I think about what an exciting round that we've had today, and 2023 is in the books. I can't wait to do this all in 2024 again.
Absolutely, one of the best. Absolutely fantastic finish at the front of the field, in the top two classes especially. A thoroughly entertaining race. The first of 2 3-hour races here we're going to have this season. Still 3 more rounds to go, of course, in the DNLS, and can't wait for them.
That's it for us here, though, for 2023. Thank you so much for joining us, for the team at Nürburgring TV, the team at the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and for Ewan O'Leary alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Thank you for joining us to wrap up 2023. Can't wait to see you in 2024 for another exciting year of the Nürburgring Endurance Series.